Alrighty, let's do this. Happy Monday. Hope you guys had a great Mother's Day weekend to all you moms out there. And today we are doing what I do every Monday. Who's coming towards you this week and why? Plus, I'm doing live personal paid mini readings after Pisces. So a couple people already on the list. So those of you that want to read in today, I'm not doing a separate live stream. It's just easier this way. And whoever signs up during the live is on the list automatically, but I only stay on for about 30, 45 minutes afterwards to do the super chats. So let's get a good shuffle in. This is one of my favorite reads for the week. Remember, it's who's coming towards you. So be open to new, be open to possibilities. I know a lot of you come here with somebody specific on your mind. I do and will do Aries through Pisces for each zodiac sign. And I'll do completely different, just to see their actions or potentials towards you this week. To give you something a little bit more if the main read does not resonate with you. We're looking at what's pulling them towards you, if there's a block or anything that's getting in the way, what you're not seeing, and any movement this week is what I'll also be looking at. Of course, I always look at the pattern or a deeper issue going on underneath that some of you may or may not realize, and what you should do as well. So that's the way it goes. Hello, Tracy. Hello, Angel. Lisa, what's up? And Alyssa and Fernando found me on. I forgot. Some of you did not know that I moved the super chat. So, all right, guys, let's get into this, and hopefully there's some really good reads today. Some really, really good reads. Let's see. Pull in Aries energy. Don't forget, I just did the Hello 1 in a Million. I just did the 7-day forecast. So that's going to show you the energy all week long, for the week. So if you always refer back to Sunday's reading, it does help out as you go through the week with me. Aries, this is going to be who's coming towards you this week. But also Wednesday, I'll do a check-in to see if anything has shifted. All right, Aries. All right, we have the 10 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So let's see what's getting so heavy here. You have the Hierophant and you have the 10 of Wands. That can be trying to make something work, and somebody just doesn't value your time or share the same values as you, or you just overcommitted. You have a lot going on right now, maybe for some of you, and so things just seem a little heavier than normal. Is the energy. Now, this can also be what's going on with your person too this week, is that there's just so much going on. And when you're overcommitted, that can bleed into your relationships. Somebody could emotionally check out, especially if they're feeling overwhelmed. All right, so this is your person, 7 of Wands, right? So it's already started. Now, remember, I'm looking at the week ahead. Some of you this doesn't resonate, but take a step back and look at the week ahead. Look at what's going on with the energy and the transits as well. Because the 10 of Wands and the 7 of Wands can be somebody who pushes back, somebody who's defensive, somebody who constantly feels under pressure or attacked, and this isn't how you view them. This is how I'm seeing them with the card. And especially with the 10 of Wands, it just feels like everything's coming at me. I have a lot of responsibilities. I'm always fixing everybody's problems. I'm always trying to regulate the situation around me. I'm the chief amongst a lot of Indians. And it just feels like your person's up against a lot of external challenges. Now, maybe they are running from something, or they're trying to block, or they're trying to avoid some of this, right? And it's going to weigh on them eventually, with this energy. You can only block this for so long. If you feel like they're pushing you away, that is the main energy that's coming through right now, okay? It's like, I have too much, and then maybe they're taking it out on you subconsciously, not realizing it. and you're just feeling like, what did I do wrong? What's happened? But what pulls them towards you? The Two of Wands. They still want to see. They know that you guys have to see where things go. All right. I do see with your person a lot of fire. Now, what pulls them towards you is you're different. Maybe there's something that they see that you guys can accomplish together. Maybe you guys haven't had the chance yet to really fulfill, this relationship, to check where it can go. You just haven't had an honest start. And it shows here, your person here is still, carrying something from their past. They're still kind of closing up something external that has nothing to do with you. And they're wanting to move forward, but they're still kind of taking care of something, which can get in the way of them trying to move forward towards you. Now, there is movement. This person has already seen you. This person already thinks about you. This person already sees the potential in this connection. And if you guys, like I said, the Two of Wands is, we still need to see where this can go. We haven't even explored, basically, is the word I'm seeing here. So what's the block? Let's kind of dive in. I see the Three of Cups here. So there could be a third party or other friendships or people or external people around them that just see a lot of people around them that is kind of blocking them from being able to have any fun right now. Right? It just seems like they may be feeling a little bit under the weather or pressure and not in this place to perform happiness. And that's the thing, is with you, there seems to be a date. Like, I want to get together with you. I want to plan a date. I want to see us have a good time. But it feels like your person can't perform for you right now. And that's the block. It's like, I cannot pretend to, to be out and have it, be happy when I just feel, tied down with all these commitments. So let's see what you're not seeing about yourself. The Ace of Cups, right? You're needing love and you're wanting love is what I'm seeing. And you're holding space for this person and you're wanting to see where things go, which seems like a beautiful energy. You have a really good energy. You're seeing potential in this connection. All right. And you're invested emotionally and you're in your feelings, right? You're just wanting to give your heart to this person. And it's like maybe you're feeling like you're just not getting anything in return yet. You could be feeling like it's unrequited. And it's just because your person here isn't able to show up right yet for you guys to get together. And I feel like that's coming for you guys. All right. You're seeing here, you're still willing, you're still wanting love, and you're wanting somebody to be able to care for you. And they're just not at that stage just yet this week. And that could be showing up as pressure on them that's bleeding into the relationship, that is making you feel like something is wrong. All right. So what's actually happening this week? And I'm seeing the Nine of Swords. Here it is. Okay. So you're seeing this anxiety. You're seeing that you're kind of letting their situation bleed into your own mind. Like, you're overwhelmed. Maybe you just feel like, what else do I do? What can I say? Why is this person not responding to me? And so you might be starting to think that you're doing something wrong. And you may be even panicking, thinking maybe I should give up on something. I shouldn't even give something a shot. And to be honest with you, this kind of energy is telling me that you don't need to do anything. It's just a timing issue with you and your person. They're still seeing that you guys haven't even explored all the avenues you guys can go down. They're just at a crossroads here, and their pause is creating a lot of anxiety for you. So let's see, judgment. This is the pattern that's happening beneath the surface with you, is you're quick to judge a situation, and you're also quick to maybe even blame yourself, like you did something wrong. So this could be testing you with the anxiety that's coming up. All right. If you really knew the outcome, if you really knew what was going on, what would that change when it comes to your mind, your mental? Like, why are you always jumping to these conclusions is what this is kind of asking you, because it seems like maybe in the past somebody else has done this to you. And so you're assuming here, but you are being asked to kind of step up and take a look at why you're judging the situation the way it is and how can we see it differently. What should you do this week? And I'm seeing look at this, the Knight of Wands. I'm seeing well, for you, having fun and, confidence in yourself, most likely could be the thing here with the Nine of Swords here. It looks like you're going to get some sort of movement with this person. Your relationship is moving in a different direction. It's not what you think this week. You're still at the beginning stages here. The most important focus is what you're thinking and how you're judging the situation. Because we are seeing, if anything, conversation with this person, but you could change the conversation from the anxiety and the worry and the panic, and make it more fun, lighthearted, and still confident in the situation. And that's where you're having the influence over the situation. So you may still hear from this person. The problem I'm seeing is behind the scenes, where their pressure may be bleeding into your thoughts about how they feel about you. Now let's look at Aries through Pisces and see what's going on, and maybe a feeling will come up. All right, Aries through Pisces. Now I do see fire for you, Aries, Leo, Sag, and you have a lot of water here too. So Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio could be a possibility. Six of Swords is at the bottom of the deck. So think about the person that's on your mind. All right, things are looking good and you're still cruising forward here. All right, the relationship, somebody on your mind is still saying, I want to see where things go. I don't want to give up. I don't want to stop right now, but maybe our timing is off and I still want to see where things go with you. So with that being said, Aries, you have the Judgment card again. That's really showing up for you. So there's a favorable outcome to your situation this week, and you are being asked two things here, Aries. One, to move in a different direction, think in a different direction, not blame or judge a situation the way you've been. It's about changing your expectations and your assumptions about a situation. All right, so this is a week where you can review where your immediate response to a situation might be off. All right, you might be taking something a little bit too personal, but I am seeing you in another Aries. There's a moment here, your relationship will shift in a new direction. Taurus, I see the Star card. You could be making plans with a Taurus. I do feel like they're saying, maybe right now I'm going through a little bit, but I do plan on seeing you. I do plan on us moving forward, and I want to see where this relationship goes. Gemini's got the Tower card. So there is something happening with the Gemini, external situation that is getting in the way of the situation. And there's maybe they're feeling a little bit of regret, like they just don't know what to do and they don't trust their actions just yet. Right. So things might seem a little bit uncertain still with the Gemini, but the dust needs to settle before you can, make a serious decision. Cancer, all right, so Cancer is still holding back a little bit from this connection, but they do want to explore, see where it's going. But you are dealing with somebody here that tends to protect their heart and move in slowly. Leo, all right, Leo's committed to this connection. I do see somebody that works a lot, somebody that might be going back to school, somebody that might be starting a new job project. And so they are busy, but I do see that they value this connection as well and staying true to their commitment with you. Virgo, I see lots of fun coming in, lots of news coming in. So Virgo going to lighten things up this week. It does seem like this is indicating flirting, fun, romance starting. I'm interested in you. Libra, 3 of Swords. So Libra's going through something, right? Whether they're sad the way things happen between you and them, or if they're dealing with some pain or just even physical pain, right? There's a slight separation. This is a time that they need to themselves. It's only temporary. Scorpio, 10 of Water. All right, so you guys feeling good with each other. Whatever's going on with this connection, it seems like you both really want to be together. You want to hang out, or you may end up finding yourself deepening your connection this week. Sagittarius, all right. So Sag's just trying to enjoy life, spending time with themselves. They could be working a lot, very independent energy. It seems like there's potential for this connection to continue growing. They're just somebody that likes to do a lot on their own as well. Capricorn, King of Swords. So you got communication with the Capricorn. You know, maybe they do want to talk about what's going on, what needs to happen. Something needs to change. We know something needs to change. It looks like they really have something they want to get off their chest. Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, Three of Pentacles. All right, so there is a way you guys can figure this out. You both, you both want to make it work. All right, so just about being creative this week. How can we get around things and work together and see if we can get together? And Pisces, I see commitments with Pisces. Maybe they are overcommitted. Maybe there's commitment issues. And something that you guys are just weighing heavy on each other. Do you have the same views of commitment? There could be a conversation this week about where we stand, and why this relationship could work or not work. All right, that was Aries. Well, that's how we're going to start this week. I just want to say too, we're still working towards that new moon coming in on Saturday. And there's a Kazemi this week too, Thursday. So Wednesday, Thursday, I think are going to be, if you guys really want to note this, I feel like these are good days to get clarity, whether through downloads or through something somebody says, and or people are just super clear with their intentions, and it's just hard not to see truth when you have this kind of energy. So keep in mind those days, and this is also a good week too to see things clearly and set new intentions as the next weekend comes in. Let's see. All right, these are going to get long here. Let me see, Taurus. All right, Taurus. Let's do this. All right, shuffle already. All right, Taurus. Happy birthday to my Tauruses. We are still, this season's been moving at your pace, Taurus. It seems like we've been in Taurus season for quite some time, at least for me, anyways. So happy birthday to you. Let's see who's coming towards you this week and why. What's going on, right? Like what's going on in situations. Stay open to always, especially if you're single, possibilities. This could be a week that this is the energy somebody's in, that this could be the person that you might end up with just because they're dealing with another situation. And you never know. And as I say that, I see 5 of Swords at the bottom of the deck, right? Your person's got more going on than you might realize, all right? It seems like your person would prefer not to be seen, kind of pull away, shrinks when there's a lot of stress going on. So if you've been feeling confused about your person, or feeling like you just don't understand them right now, you can't seem to get a straight answer from them, it's like I think your person's kind of more in this fearful place where it's like, I just want to figure things out, and I don't want to be seen. I don't need anybody else to do it for me, and I don't know what to say right now. All right, so it could be confusing you, especially if they don't know how to explain themselves. you know, or they just are not ready to explain themselves. So let's see what's going on here. Now that can be you as well too. You just are seeing this pattern and you're trying to maybe fix or help your person, but to me it feels like that makes them feel worse in some way. All right, let's see your person, Seven of Swords. All right. Now, obviously, I'm seeing here they're not being completely transparent with you. Now, something could be coming up for them. They could be carrying some guilt here, you know, about something that's happened, or not being honest about their feelings, not being completely clear about what's going on. Now, the energy I'm picking up right now is your person is dealing with something that may or may not have anything to do with you. But this is somebody that protects themselves and just doesn't want to seem vulnerable. So they may try to act like nothing's wrong. All right. They could be, you know, they just keep things kind of superficial. But what pulls them towards you? Let's see if we can pull it all together. All right. The World card. They don't want to close the door on this yet. All right. They definitely want to see things come together with you. Maybe you're picking up, you're with somebody here who's trying to close, you know, a situation from the past, or they're trying to close a chapter in their life, but they're struggling with it, or, you know, they're just not being 100% honest with themselves yet. They're not ready to move forward, you know, but they don't want, with you, the World card, what pulls them towards you is you seem to be somebody that grounds them, or somebody that they can trust. They can. But maybe you can't trust them. So what's actually blocking them? What's their biggest, the regret, guilt? You got somebody here, you know, to me it feels like it's not about you not being worthy or being enough. It's about them not thinking they're worthy or they're enough. Because you have the Four of Pentacles here underneath the Five of Swords, and this is somebody that just, you know, really lack mindset. I don't have a lot. I don't have much to give. I don't know what I can give. I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure in myself right now. Maybe I just feel better in the dark. You know, some people like to, it's a sabotaging energy, but it's somebody that keeps their problems to themselves because it creates less drama. You know, so they're trying to hide from their own problems. In the meantime, it may be stressing you out. It's something they need to resolve, right? It's something they need to resolve, and they're trying to tiptoe around it. So let's look at you, what you're not seeing about yourself, the Hermit card. You're good. You might be somebody that's really good for this person in the long run. You've had a lot of experiences. You seem to be grounded in your own experiences. You seem to be patient. You seem to be somebody who is comfortable in their own skin, somebody who's good with, you know, being alone, being by yourself. You know, you may be helping this person pull themselves together. Maybe this is going to be a big reveal this week. You know, maybe if you've been confused about whether or not you did something wrong or said something, there's nothing more you can do. This to me feels like you being the rock. You know, you're of some kind of service just being around this person, just being in this person's life. Now, I don't know how you want to take that, all right? You know, your presence, just knowing you and just you being in their life has shined some sort of light into this person's life. You know, and it's like, I do feel like you might reach a breakthrough this week, especially with this Saturn energy coming through. It looks like somebody's feeling some pressure to step up, to grow up. And it's not, to me, your person here, is dealing with something. So let's see what's actually happening this week. I see the 10 of Swords. All right, let's see what's going on here. The Empress card underneath that. All right, look at this Mother's Day type of energy, something difficult. This is going to be the breakthrough week for you. Somebody's going to come clean with you this week. You know, you may hear something, some communication that's going to help you understand where things are going in this relationship. There's room to grow here because what pulls this person towards you is they see you as somebody they could be together with in the future. They feel more stable and grounded with you, and they do trust you. And the Empress card here, it looks like your person's going through some deep, inner work here, alignment, where they're starting to realize something, maybe there's something you're doing where they're feeling worthy with you. I don't know, something growth this week with the Empress card. Let me get one more. Their perspective is changing this week. So where your person feels like they need to be invisible, they would rather hide from their problems with you. There's something about you that's pulling them out of the shadows. And there's a huge shift happening this week with the Hanged Man. If this person's been quiet, you're going to notice something has changed with them this week. Your job is just to stay you. And your job here is not to take something personally from another person this week. You can see that they're wrapping something up. The World, the 9 and 10 of Swords, the Hanged Man. They are wrapping something up this week, and something big is coming up for them that I do feel like for some of you, you will have that clarity. Hopefully, before the new moon comes in. You have Pisces, Taurus, Libra. You have Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, and Leo. And you have a Virgo energy here. So let's look at Aries through Pisces and see if somebody on your mind, see if I can get any movement this week or any feelings. Wow, Taurus, yours went a little bit. The good news is that this is where maybe something that has gone down between, or some truth coming up this week that is shifting your relationship. Completely shifting your relationship. That's what I have to say. Like they can't resist. They're not going to be able to resist all this energy here. They're reaching a breaking point. All right, let's see. So think about the person that's on your mind. If that did not resonate, let's see if I can get anything else for you. You have the 9 of Swords again here at the bottom of the deck. So I can't get away from these swords here. It's just the good news is that it's at the end of the cycle, which means your person can't keep carrying the guilt any longer. And if there's been a hesitation with that Hanged Man, that's where, this person feels safe with you. This is where it's going to come together. This is where you're going to see movement. But it looks like it's showing up here too as well with the 9 of Swords. Your person tends to expect, they have this fear and they expect the worst in situations as soon as they're exposed. Aries, I see the Emperor. All right, so Aries, it looks like they want to talk. They want to get together. They want to hang out and figure things out. All right, Aries is in a good energy. It seems like motion, movement. You may notice that you guys are finally doing something this week. Things are finally in motion. Taurus, too much work. 10 of Fire, 10 of Wands. There's a lot of stress-related situations going on with you and your partner. And like I said, there's not much you can do. I'm just seeing for you to withdraw a little bit and just know that your person needs to go through this process. A little bit of space from them here and not letting it mess with your head. You know, your Taurus may be ready, again, the 10 of fire, if you're dealing with a Taurus, they overcommitted, right? Or they let things get to them. And so things are out of balance between you and a Taurus this week. Gemini, 10 of Pentacles. So things looking like they're coming together, feeling a little bit more secure in the outcome, or feeling a little bit more secure with a Gemini this week in general. Cancer wanting to talk to you this week. All right, so this card here is pointing to a reconciliation, or just a get-together, expressing our feelings to one another. Leo. And Leo's dealing with some difficult shit too, right? Who isn't? What? It's like, I don't want to let you down, right? They could have concerns with, you know, every time I get in a relationship, shit just goes south. And so they don't have a very strong or a very good viewpoint when it comes to relationships. Could be money issues they're dealing with, and it's weighing them down too. And so one thing triggers the other. So you're dealing with somebody who's just feeling a little bit depressed about this shit that they're dealing with right now. Virgo, 3 of Swords. What, guys? Virgo, give them a couple days, you know, either they are having a hard time forgiving themselves or forgiving you. Libra's got love for you. All right, so you may get an invitation this week from a Libra. Scorpio is going to come to terms here. You guys may be making new plans. You know, they'll put the effort in this week. You may notice that they're trying a little bit harder to give you what you need. Sagittarius, 10 of Swords with a Sag. All right, so there is something changing here, but things will start to get better now. Your reading was leading to that. You know, it's like something's got to end, and something will be ending with a Sag this week. Capricorn's like, not with me. All right, there's a new opportunity coming in with a Capricorn. Things getting spicy. Aquarius, you guys are moving pretty quick this week. Whatever goals you're after, it seems like you both focused on each other. Pisces. All right. So, you know, you may get some insight this week with a Pisces. Don't get stuck on, you know, one thing, because several things are changing here with a Pisces, and 1 minute it might seem one way and the next minute it could feel off, but there's just too much going on for you to, you know, make a decision this week about a Pisces. There are feelings there. Hello, Gina. All right, let me give a couple shout outs here. I'm seeing a lot of new people come in. So Crystal, what's up? Gina, what's up? And Libra, Cassius, what's up? How you guys all doing? Carissa, hello, just in time. Max, what's up? And Abigail. So I do see right now I have Fernando, I have Alyssa, Randy, Abigail, and Cassius on the list for the super chats. Hello, Sabrina. Dory, what's up? Hopefully everybody had an amazing weekend. Thank you for all the happy Mother's Days. Saturday and Sunday, I tried to stay, you know, focused on what I was doing. And I didn't get a chance to reply to everybody. But thank you. I did this morning for all your happy Mother's Days. And I hope you guys all enjoyed it as well. All right, Gemini. Julie, what's up and forever? You made it in, Julie. Julia. I'm so happy to see you. All right, let's get a good shuffle for Gemini. You know, the energy today. Tell me what's going on, guys. All right, let's see. Woo. Well, hey, thank God the Sun card just flew out. Your person looking good, maybe a new job, new position, a new playfulness, new energy. They're into you more than you realize type of energy. You know, maybe they're wanting to start something with you, but they're just kind of hanging, you know, just waiting for the right moment. Maybe they need to feel 100% sure and clarity before they open up. I'm getting a lot of newness for you. I just saw the Ace of Pentacles too. A very friendly vibe. You know, it's a very friendly vibe, and it's somebody here that is, you know, I'm just trying to stay present in the moment, you know? So again, it's like no rush, no, you know, no heaviness, just want to keep things light. Could be testing the waters with you. But you have the Tower card at the bottom of the deck and the 10 of Wands. All right. We can only play, you know, your person. What I like about your person is they are trying to be genuine. They're genuinely ready. They are ready, but they may be testing the waters, right? I don't know if I want to be 100% fully committed just yet. But the Tower and the 10 of Wands says, you know, might be weighing on them more than they are expressing. And so they can play light all they want, but something's going to happen where they can't avoid their feelings. You know, it just feels like you can't play nonchalant and be super happy all the time. You know, that just came through too. Your person here might be trying to act all happy and nonchalant too, but maybe deep inside there, things are weighing on them more than you realize. They're trying to be authentic and real with you, but it's somebody that, oh, I'm picking up on that a lot today, right? It's like, I'm just doing the best I can to hold it together on the outside. You know, but one promising thing I can see is that this is all about growth. So it's clear that something is changing with your person, but I am picking up on an energy today of people that, you know, try to tuck their emotions deep and play like everything is fine when eventually it's going to crack. But they've got their eye on you, and it feels more like somebody just doesn't want anybody to know that they're broken inside or that they're dealing with something inside. I got Leo energy. Fear of being seen for what's really going on. What pulls them towards you? The Seven of Pentacles. They see potential for growth with you. They can't stop thinking about maybe the possibilities of where this relationship could evolve to, where it could go. They see the value. You know, maybe they see you as somebody that just knows how to make things work, and you know, you're very responsible for some of you. Some of you are like, no, I'm not. Right? What's the block? The Lovers. You know, it could be another situation that they haven't fully closed off. That's where it's slow, and you're in this position here of, I'm not going to wait much longer. But if they're in another situation, that's where the Tower card and the Ten of Wands is. They're trying to play it cool, but something's weighing on them, this other situation. If they act like they're moving on or into somebody else, it's causing some drama in the background. Somebody's losing their shit in the background. Now, if there's nobody else, this is somebody who maybe they're contemplating a relationship with you, but the last person they were with caused them a bunch of shit. The last time they fell in love, the last time they were with somebody, it stole their joy. Somebody stole it. It was really heavy. It was really, I mean, these two cards here, the 10 of Wands and the Tower, it's like, holy shit, it was like chaos. And this person finally has been able to be themselves, but they're still dealing with the aftermath of it. And they see the potential of this. They're feeling pulled towards you, though, with the Lovers card. You're irresistible, Gemini. But the last time they went all in a relationship, it totally costed them. And they get so pulled and drawn by how attractive you are, but that's what their weakness is. Let's see you, the King of Swords. You're trying to act impartial and you're indifferent to it, and you look like you see, You may be pulling back your energy too much, though, because of afraid to look needy or look like you're interested. I can get that from you as well, too. If you're confused with this person, it could make you overthink. And you may be pulling away and creating distance that you normally wouldn't do if you didn't feel any uncertainty from this person. And let's see what's actually happening this week. The Knight of Pentacles, all right, forward movement. You're going to hear something with the Knight of Pentacles. It looks like your person's trying to move forward and pick up the pieces and just keep moving forward and wants to make the effort. It's just the progress is a slower progress. What's the pattern? What's going on? The Ace of Cups. And what should you do? You got the Hermit card too. Call them to you. This person deals with whenever they give their heart to somebody, it's always unrequited or costs them financially or costs them. They just give so much of themselves to a relationship. And that's what's holding them back from making a choice moving forward with you. But you are the Hermit card. So you just, but I'm getting a mixed message here for you. Like, I feel like you're showing up as kind of closing yourself off a little bit. Like you don't want to look vulnerable. So I almost want to say to you that if you're doing that, the Sun card for you is this person's very attracted to you. So don't let this make you lack confidence in this situation, because that's what's drawn them to you as well. But what I'm seeing the biggest problem with your person is they give so much of themselves in a relationship and it ends up being unrequited. Right. So now they don't want to jump into a relationship, or they're very hesitant to fall in love with you. And you got the Lovers and the Sun cards. This person is and sees more potential with you, but they don't want to, they're afraid to invest right away. They're afraid to invest because they're the ones that always get hurt. You have Virgo energy, Taurus, Capricorn, you have Leo, you have Gemini, you're up here, you have Aquarius. Maybe you're being told to open up a little bit more. I'm going to go with that for you. Open up, because it looks like you could be closing off and shutting down out of fear of looking too vulnerable. And really it's this person who's vulnerable. All right. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. Maybe that's your pattern too, unrequited love. You know, you give your heart so quickly and, you know, you get taken for a ride. You might be mirroring this person with the Lover's card here. But see, it seems to me like you're in protective mode. You're not getting caught with your pants down. All right, Aries through Pisces. Ace of Pentacles is showing up here. So you still have an opportunity with this person. And, you know, the idea for you when I see it this way is not to get caught up in hoping and waiting, because that's what makes your situation seem unbearable. All right, so let me say that one more time before I move on. This relationship has the potential to grow. All right. I can see what the block is, but what wears you down and scares you before something even gets started, the Ace of Pentacles, is the hoping and waiting. And then you create stories in your mind that you build upon, and it creates distance from a situation that hasn't even started yet. You know, so it is kind of like withdraw a little bit your energy, but don't release the hope. Just don't live in the hope and wait and wait and wait insufferably. Right. And you see that this is 2 aces showing up for you, that there is potentials once the resistance weakens, when this person, they're obviously getting pulled towards you, and it feels like it will happen at its own time. And that's when it's going to be the best. So Aries, I see the Star card. So future plans, you're on the right path with an Aries. All right, things looking optimistic. Taurus. So we're looking at the situation picking up pace here. So you could actually talk with them this week, or things, you know, seem like they're moving a lot faster than they've been recently. They could have a lot of things happening at once too that is interfering with the relationship. Gemini, you have 10 of fire for you. Too much work. So either some of you are worrying, stressing about something too much. It's out of balance, and you might not be seeing a situation for what's really happening here, especially with this much weight on it. All right, so I am seeing that there could even be a breakthrough this week, though, you and Gemini, when something gets that heavy, though. But sometimes we end up taking a break from each other. Oh, wrong card. Cancer, 10 of Pentacles. You and Cancer, you know, seem to be investing more time with each other this week. They do see potential here for you guys to be in a relationship. Leo, all right, this week is going to be time to really talk about what matters to us. And you may find that by sitting down and having this conversation, your relationship could move in a new direction. Virgo looking good this week, maybe spending, you know, more quality time with you. Just know that they do tend to go quiet when they want to be alone. Libra, things moving with the Libra, and a situation is going to move forward. All right, so you may notice, or this could even be a Libra coming back around to turn a situation around. Scorpio, things moving pretty quickly with a Scorpio this week. If you're having a problem or you feel like you're stuck, there'll be movement this week. Sagittarius, pay attention to motives this week with a Sagittarius. There may be uncertainty or just not being clear about their intentions. You could communicate with them, but just know that they may not be 100% transparent. There could be slight disappointment or arguments if we misunderstand each other too. Capricorn, I'm still seeing a little bit of space between the two of you. I wouldn't give up too soon. It's, you know, that's the Four of Swords. It just says give it a couple more days. Capricorn, Aquarius. Things still kind of at a standstill with an Aquarius. But you just gotta not take it personally. You know, you're dealing with somebody that doesn't even know who they are right now. They're trying to figure out their own position. Pisces. All right, things moving pretty quickly here. A decision being made this week with the Pisces. And intentional too. So this could be forward motion, you know, knowing exactly where this relationship is going. That could be, you know, good or bad for depending on your relationship as well. All right. All right, Gemini. Did it resonate? You guys, I'm just going with them, not questioning it. Sometimes these reads take on they always do, take on a life of their own. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. All right. I might switch the cards in a minute. This seems to be the energy, though, that people are resonating with. So something. Let's see. It's very internal energy. You know, underlying, like when the retrograde, you know, it's going to be, there is going to be some inward energy. And I'm, of course, going to always read about that. I always tend to. All right. Cancer, Seven of Pentacles. All right. You may be thinking something's completely over and, you know, maybe a relationship, you know, you're waiting for somebody to end a relationship with somebody. That's what I'm saying. Right. You got your focus on it. I think some of you are focusing on it, you know, overwhelmingly. Somebody said something to you and you know, they still remember everything that you guys said, or they really are interested in you, even if you just met this person. This is somebody, but I am seeing that they're ending something, which is causing a pause. It's slowing this person down. Somebody like an Aries, Leo, Sag, somebody here that definitely wishes things would move a little quicker. But that's just the story there I got. So let's see your person. Nine of Cups. What a great energy, though. All right. I have somebody that's genuinely ready for a relationship with you, but you're dealing with somebody here that either just ended a relationship or is in the process of still trying to end a relationship, and somebody won't let them go. But this person here is like happy with themselves, genuinely wants to, you know, see a different side of life, right? It's like they're ready to explore. They're ready to be happy. Your person wants to be happy. What's drawn them to you? The Five of Wands. You guys have some intense connection. You challenge them, and there's a tension between, sexual tension between the two of you that ignites them, that they desire. They may be with somebody or have been with somebody that was safe, or somebody that doesn't challenge them, somebody that doesn't, and challenge in a good way, right? I feel like they're dealing with somebody that just doesn't want to let go of them, but they've already let go of this person. So what is stopping them? The Three of Wands. Oh, they're ready to go, but if some of you are at a slight distance, that could be the problem right now. Travel. But they are feeling stuck here between somebody that won't close the door, and yet they want to be intimate with you. They're being pulled towards you. So it feels like you're kind of just stuck here in the moment. You have the Seven of Pentacles, but you're worried about it so much, and this person's gonna make it happen. It seems like they want it just as bad as you do. Let's see you. The Justice card. All right, so you're sitting there in this energy of like, I want things to be right. I want things to be fair. I want things to be just, I just want, I want my commitment. I want this to, I want this to be right. I want this. But you already know that it's yours. And so it's timing for you, and it's like, but you're just like convicted, and I want this now. I want this relationship. I want them to make it right. I want them to, maybe you've been waiting for some time. I don't know, for some of you. Some of you, if you've been waiting for some time, but to me, it feels like you already know it's complete. You already know that this person will find their way to you. They're just blocked right now because somebody will not let go of them. That person, it feels like, might even know that you're in the picture. And so it could make them even want to make it harder for this person to move on. Because that means you would win. That could be for somebody, might not be for everybody. All right. What's actually happening this week? The Star card. Your wish is coming true. This person may be resolving. This week, this could be a really big week because your person looks like they could be resolving the conflict or finally making the decision to move on. You may hear something through somebody else, but you also get the Justice card, which tells me this could be the week where you finally get what you want. What's the pattern? The World card. Your person here, closure. Your person's finally getting closure. They may reach a breaking point. I always say that, breaking point. It's just because sometimes you just wake up and you're just like, F this, I'm done. Your person's done fighting this with this person. They don't want drama in their life. So they're being very tested by another person, but it looks like they're closing that out. What should you do? The King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles is just sitting there knowing you got it. Golden. Grounded. You have the Seven of Pentacles here, which is also saying, like, I get it. You probably have been super patient with this person, but this person has plans with you and wants to follow through. But you're being asked to kind of tap into this King of Pentacles energy, which says, I don't question. I always get what I want. And to me, there's a knowing, but what's happening with you is there's an ego issue where I want it now. And so does your person, but I wish I could, I don't want to do a separate reading, but it just seems like there's another person that just will not let go. The Knight of Swords, this one's fighting it. Somebody's fighting it. All right, let's look at Aries through Pisces. You have Aquarius, you have Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio. You have strong Taurus here in Libra. Taurus twice. The week looks like it ends up with a person stepping up. All right, Aries through Pisces. You have the Two of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, so I do feel like an important decision. But it's also like that could be juggling too. It's like, you know, I just keep getting pulled. If you feel like somebody's being inconsistent or somebody's energy is constantly going back and forth, it's because somebody else is weighing on them. They can't shake it off their shoe. That's horrible. I'm sorry. You know, I always say don't be I cross watchers, please don't take things personal, you know, in readings. Aries, Four of Cups. They're afraid to miss you. They're afraid you're going to move on. But they are stuck temporarily. Taurus. Taurus is always watching you. I am getting to have a little more patience with your Taurus. Gemini. Forgiveness coming in with the Gemini. Seems like they are trying to hang on. They're being tested right now. Cancer. Seven of Swords. All right. There's more going on than you realize. There's more going on behind the scenes than you realized. And you will get the truth, though. You see that. The Justice card and the Seven of Swords. You'll get the truth. You'll know. You'll understand. I just think that your patience is wearing thin. Leo, you also got the truth coming in, too. They're trying to clear up a situation, too, so they can move forward. Virgo, the moon, a lot going on behind the scenes here with a Virgo as well. It's just, there's just too much going on to come to a conclusion. There's feelings there, and that's what's causing a lot more confusion. It's very complicated with the Virgo. Libra. Libra wanting to speak up to you this week too, maybe clearing something off their chest, getting something off their mind. I don't know why I say it the other way. Scorpio, things looking good with you and a Scorpio this week. If you've been hoping, wishing, thinking, wondering, you do have some movement here. Sagittarius, Queen of Pentacles. So Sag looks like they're getting ready to make an offer to you. You got the Queen and the King. You guys could end up in a relationship that's pretty serious. Capricorn, All right, so a situation could suddenly move forward this week. Aquarius, the Lovers. All right, making a choice regarding relationships this week, whether or not we're going to be in one or not, or, you know, looks like even with your Aquarius, making a decision to finally leave a situation to be in a situation. And Pisces. Pisces not going to give up. They have conflict with other people, though, so somebody in their life, but Pisces here with you, this is somebody that they're going to make it work. Fight their way to you. All right, Cancer. Ruby Gem, what's up? All right, Leo. Oh, Leo, sorry. Yes, you can definitely super chat at the end. You can put them in now. I have a few people on the list already, but the sooner you get in, the better, so I know, and then I can close the questions. All right, 107. I'm gonna change it to 107 for Leo. Get a good shuffle. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Leo. Leo. All right. Well, somebody's checking out, emotionally checked out. You know, the Knight of Swords underneath that. You know, they're wanting to communicate, but it looks like somebody here is just feeling emotionally drained. You're dealing with somebody that could be defensive too whenever you ask them, whenever you confront them about where things are going, because they leave you questioning things. They get very defensive with you. It's like you're getting different answers all the time. But you're dealing with somebody who's giving you what they can in this kind of energy. You know, you're wanting to have the talk, and this person just doesn't seem with it. Let's see what's going on with them. The Lovers card. Well, there's love. I mean, there's feelings to some degree, but obviously somebody here is mulling over something that happened recently in the past and still not letting it go, which could be triggering them from being fully involved and making a choice about about the relationship. So whenever you're trying to have the talk with this person about where things are going, your person may just constantly give you options or say things, you know, and you just never, it's something inside you just, it doesn't feel sincere. It doesn't feels like they're saying something just to say something. You know, they say things, but it seems lack of emotion. What draws them to you? Same thing, 5 of Wands. I'm gonna have to get the full story. Let's see. What's blocking them? What's the 9 of Swords? And let's see you, the 9 of Cups. You are 9 of Cups. Maybe you don't realize how much, maybe this person wants you to realize how much they desire you, how much they are, how happy they are, how happy you make. Maybe you don't see that. Because this is a position, you don't feel like they're choosing you, but they do. But they can only give you so much right now. What pulls them towards you is the tension and the attraction between the two of you. But they do carry a lot of guilt about something they said or did, or they're not saying the right thing, or they just don't have the right words for you. Every time they say something to you, it's not what you want to hear. Maybe you feel like they're not giving you enough. All the options this person has given you is not enough for you. And so you're not getting your needs met, and this person feels bad about it. I think you're dealing with somebody who's emotionally, you know, I don't want to say unavailable, but this is somebody here that feels like the world's always against them here in a sense, right? They're very defensive at times. It's hard for them to stick through. They'll say something, they don't always follow through. They have a lot of goals and dreams, but they never go after them. They procrastinate, but also if you call them out, they get defensive. They're not happy with themselves or their situation. And so whatever they do give you, you're not fulfilled. It doesn't make you happy, any of the solutions that they give you right now. And now there's sexual tension between the two of you. There's definitely, they're drawn to you. They desire you. But if there's another relationship, that's coming through today again. If there's another relationship, conflict with another person, or somebody's always getting in the middle of your fights, or somebody's always getting in the middle of your relationships, other people, this is what's stressing this person now. But they may have some shame too, that they just feel like they are not bringing enough to the situation, or they made their bed. This is somebody that can self-sabotage and be very defensive. That's who I'm picking up on. Some of you guys are dealing a lot today with people that you're trying to get into a relationship with somebody who has not resolved their own issues. And it's, you know, it may present itself to you like you just don't know what to do with it, because you feel something between the two of you, and yet something always comes up. So what's happening this week? Let's take a look. I see the Fool card. So this could be an on again, you know, back and forth. It starts up and then it doesn't go anywhere, kind of weak. You know, and this is where nothing ever changes with this person. That's the pattern. What should you do? The Temperance card. Wow. All right. So Leo, a lot of major arcana showing up in your reading, which tells me that a lot of this is out of your hands. And you're dealing with somebody who's got to deal with their own unresolved issues, whether it's from a past situation, whether it's always in relationships. This person does not fully show up in a relationship that makes you happy. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they don't choose you or they don't want you, as this person is kind of unhappy. They carry a lot of their own guilt and shame, and their ego gets in the way. But now you have an on again, off again type of situation that goes nowhere, because you're always willing to give to the situation. And that might even be what causes this person a lot of shame, because no matter what, you're always there. And you'll fight for this connection. You probably love this person more than people having than the support they have right now. Maybe you're the only one that has the patience for them. And I'm seeing the Temperance card. So that might be something here. What I'm seeing what you need to do, though, is you got to keep doing your own life and not changing who you are. Don't let this cost you your peace. Even if you want this person in your life, which is fine. We all have some unresolved issues. But if it's taken its toll on you this much, this is where, you know, I don't see it changing overnight. So the only thing you can do is not let it change you. And really here, you know, the outcome is uncertain where this can go. You know, it's just like, I'm getting a lot of deep readings today. What the hell? Pisces moon. Right? But let's see, you know, Aries through Pisces. Maybe you got somebody here that drinks too, you know, tries to numb their sorrows away, and they carry that guilt too. But what I can say, I'm going to wrap it up with this. What I can see is that the options they're giving you are not enough for you. They are giving you, though, you are like on their mind constantly, and you are somebody that they do have feelings for, but what they have to offer just is not enough for you right now. You know, and I would say just to let it play out organically and not change you. Don't let it pull you out of alignment. All right. You know, I don't know what this person's going through or whatever, but this is your reading. All right. Let's see the person that's on your mind. Aries through Pisces. Let's see, anything, this will be different. This is just what to expect from the person on your mind this week. Maybe something additional. All right, Aries through Pisces. Hello, Christina. All right. So meditate on the person that's on your mind. Let's see if I can get. If that didn't resonate, let's see. You got the 9 of Cups again. So I love the synchronicity. So Leo, loving on yourself. And, you know, I want to say just be happy that this is not you, you know. I mean, if it is, I'm sending you love, though, because we all got, you know, some shit that comes up whenever, you know, we got some shit. But I am seeing something happen this week. And maybe you will get a breakthrough moment this week where it feels like, you know, at least your person is showing up. They're coming in, you know, maybe it'll change for you. Let's see. Aries, 7 of fire. You have to, you know, stand your ground, create a boundary with Aries and stick to it. All right. You may have a conversation this week about where things are going. I am seeing choose your battles wisely with an Aries. That is a lot of fire for the two of you, and things could get a little heated. Taurus, good things looking for you in Taurus. It looks like this week you may find yourself, you know, getting along, having more fun, or need to have more fun, right? Talking about, or just talking. Gemini, you have the eight of wands, so things could turn around, you know, unexpectedly, but also, you know, it does seem like conversation that may finally change the direction of where things have been going. Cancer, the Lovers card. So the Cancer is your one that's kind of like maybe not changing just yet, right? Things aren't changing, but you have a relationship that's built, but making a choice not to let it affect your health is what I'm getting. But, you know, there's still opportunity here with the Lovers card to communicate this week. Leo, 3 of wands. Things looking up for you. You are going to have patience at this time with the 3 of wands, but also keep your options open and keep looking forward. You're doing all you can, you know, can do in a situation. I do see improvement with you and a Leo. You guys making plans for the future. And Virgo, you guys building something too solid. It's just a little bit more conservative, right? They're slow to open up, but there's still promise here, positive movement. Libra, 2 of wands. You guys are finally maybe getting together, or whatever's going on in your relationship, you're still continuing to move forward. Scorpio, Knight of Swords. Things could, communication could really pick up this week. Direction finally, intent, very intentional conversation about where things are going. Sagittarius, you know, things could suddenly move forward, turn around. Capricorn, you know, it's still uncertain with you and a Capricorn. It's hard for them to let people in when they're dealing with problems, but it doesn't mean that things can't turn around. I do see them keeping you kind of at a distance, though. Aquarius, all right, things will come together. Maybe this week you'll finally get some closure. And Pisces, 5 of fire with a Pisces. So, you know, there's definitely some challenges you have with a Pisces. Conflict with others. There could be other people getting in the middle of it. I don't see give up with this. You know, the 5 of wands says we can make change, but we have to confront it differently. All right, Leo. Virgo. All right. Let me try this deck. Virgo, Virgo, Virgo. let's do Virgo at 125. Virgo. All right. 2 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. I had to fix that one. You got the Lovers too, your person. All right. And I switched the deck. So sage, no sage, deck, whatever. The same messages are coming through. Same cards in this one too. Oh, another day, another situation, still needing somebody to make a decision. You got somebody here that doesn't like to lose control. They have to make a choice. And they're ready, but they want to be in control. They are torn. There could be 2 relationships going on. It seems like your person's trying to keep the peace with both of you if there is another situation going on. Now, it doesn't have to be another relationship. It could be somebody that they love. It could be a friendship. It could be a best friend. It could be a family member. It could be another love relationship. But their heart is with both of you. And, you know, it feels like their hands are tied. It's almost like I'm hoping that the situation just works itself out. This person is carrying more guilt and trying to keep the peace. Let's see what draws them to you. The Queen of Swords. They like the way you think. You don't need them. You're smart, intelligent. You're on point. You know exactly what you want, and that attracts them to you. You're real. You're authentic. That's what's keeping them coming towards you. Maybe you bring more peace to them than the other situation. You know, if there's no other situation, you're just dealing with somebody that could be questioning whether or not they're ready for a commitment. That's all. We can lighten that one up quickly. But you have standards and they have a lot of respect for you. You're authentic. You're fun to talk to. You guys seem to really understand each other mentally. You're on the same page. What's the block then? 4 of Wands. It could be just commitment yet. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to make the decision, the full commitment. And let's see you. 8 of Pentacles. You keep doing you. There's something about you. Maybe you're different. Maybe you're growing. Maybe you've changed. But what I see here is somebody here that sees that you guys could really build something together. You're just up against, you know, them needing to get off the fence, jump in already. But you seem to be, I never use this word, but poised, staying in your own lane, doing your thing. Like I said, you've got standards. And this person sees building something with you. But the only block here is unless they just are in a position where they just don't trust their feelings yet, or they're hesitant to jump into a relationship because, you know, the Lover's card, the last time they got screwed over. I mean, I feel like I can't go wrong with saying that. But you're just dealing with an emperor. You know, so they're being very cautious about their moves. They don't, you know, they plan, they're a step ahead. They're more of a step ahead than you think. Maybe they just don't want to feel like they're losing control. So what's happening this week? The 9 of Wands. What's the pattern going on? The Ace of Cups. You're stressing this person out. You've got their heart, but now they got to give it to you, and you're stressing them out because you've got their heart. They've already chosen you. It feels like this person's just fighting it. But I feel like they're going to give in because they can't give up on this connection, and you're not giving. I mean, it's like I want to say giving up because they're giving in their heart. They feel the love, they feel the connection with you, but I do feel like they've been through a lot. They've been run through the fire with relationships before. And so, but you're somebody that they just admire. There's something about you. So what should you do? The High Priestess. Hang back. Stay yourself, stay quiet, listen to them, watch them, observe them, do your thing, trust in yourself. I mean, you've already got the energy that's pulling this person in. This is knowing. You got to know it. You got to own it. And if there's any kind of silence, don't lose yourself in it. Don't fear losing this person. You've already stolen this person's heart. I have Pisces. I have Libra, Gemini. It could even be an Aquarius. Wow. All right. Let's look at, think of the person that's on your mind. Let's look at Aries through Pisces. You have Aries too. Sorry, I had the Emperor. This person's like, damn you, Virgo. All right. Aries through Pisces. Something about the way you carry yourself, Virgo. So I get it. You want to hear it in words. Observe, listen more. All right, listen, observe more. It does look like you really influence this person. All right. Queen of Water at the bottom of the deck. So, you know, trust, and again, you're getting a lot of trust here. Trust your gut, trust your feelings, trust your intuition. There's a lot of love here that's growing between you and this person. So let's see, Aries, 9 of Swords. They're just hope. I mean, your Aries just expects the worst. It's a control thing. It's you've got my heart, but now I'm always worried about the worst thing happening. So there could be a little anxiety showing up there with your Aries. Taurus, your relationship is growing closer. You guys may have a conversation. It seems like you guys are starting to allow the relationship to grow. You may even communicate more this week about your feelings. Gemini, Ace of Swords, finally breaking the silence with you. All right. They're seeing what they need to do, what they need to say, what the next step is. Cancer, all right. Be mindful that there's, just choose your battles wisely. There could be a conversation. Somebody feels, defensive. That might be what's causing the block, is defensiveness. But whatever challenge you're dealing with a Cancer, they see it worth the fight. Leo, you have a runner with a Leo, but you also have somebody that it may seem like they're running, but they could be in search of who they are. They're just not sure who they are and what they want. But it does look like they're checking out or showing up unavailable. Virgo, you got the Queen of Swords again. Look at the synchronicity, Queen of Swords. You got ultimate respect. Somebody here trusts your judgment, trust your decisions. They look up to you. They value you. And you have a lot of communication coming in with another Virgo. Libra is all about you. You guys may be distant right now, but they still have you on their mind. Scorpio wanting to talk about the direction of this relationship. Finally speaking up or speaking their truth to you. Sagittarius wants to make long-term plans. They see a future with you. Capricorn making an offer this week, right? Capricorn making a thoughtful offer. Aquarius, you get the Death card, so something is ending or changing between you and an Aquarius. And Pisces, the Moon card. We are in Pisces moon. So, there might be things going on behind the scenes with Pisces right now. So I would give it a couple days. With the Moon card, I usually say wait 24 hours. There could be emotions that are interfering with the outcome, or we're reacting emotionally. And it's uncertain with the Pisces. All right, that was Virgo. Libra. Lentils and hummus. Sounds very healthy. All right, Libra. Let's see what is going on. Five of Pentacles. All right. This person lets work drain them. Lets their problems drain them. Come on, collective peoples. We all need to have a little bit more fun and lighten up. All right. Your person just may take things too seriously and just worries about every little detail. Sometimes I see problems when there are no problems. And they're also somebody too that doesn't want anybody fixing their problems, you know? Like they don't need a fixer. I do feel like your person needs to lighten up a little bit, and I do think that you may bring that to them. You know, I do see the spunk in my Libras, the fun spunk and playfulness, but you could be in a super playful energy, and this person is a very serious person or is dealing with some serious financial issues or health issues. It could be, you know, just somebody who takes life too seriously at times, but you might be misreading them. So let's dive in. I'm also picking up a lot today, people that just don't like other people knowing what their problems are. All right, so you got the Knight of Swords, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini energy. Your person may react or overreact at times too. Sometimes they may say something and you're like, where'd that come from? Or I just feel like your person's, like I said, they either under a lot of pressure at work or pressure with life in general. But the thing I like about this energy though is that your person can shift quickly. So from 1 minute it could be this, the next minute they'll be over it. They get over shit quick. But this can be somebody who's running from their problems too as well and trying to avoid their problems. So if you bring it up, you know, the Five of Pentacles here, if you focus, you know, or bring up their problems to them, they may run, you know, you could be dealing with that kind of situation. What pulls them towards you? The Eight of Swords. I think this person realizes when they say or do something that they overreacted, and then they always feel like they had to clear something up or apologize to you. If you've pulled back your energy or you do kind of standoffish, this stresses your person out a little bit too. It makes them feel bad or feel guilty, and they need to clear something up. So if they said anything that may have hurt your feelings or anything, this person says things without thinking. All right. So what's actually blocking them though? The Nine of Wands. You got somebody here that just can't relax. Go, 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 go. High strung. High strung. And very reactive. Do you see this energy? Don't take it if it's not you. It's just, you know, but this person realizes that when they do make an irrational decision, they clear it up, you know, they try to fix it, and they can be very defensive, but it looks like they're just highly reactive and highly stressed. And, you know, this can be a bull in a china shop too. And you get caught in the crossfire. But the thing I like about this person so far is that, you know, they have a conscience. And they don't like leaving they don't like leaving the situation the way they left it. So let's see you, what you're not seeing. King of Swords. You're always right. You always think you're right. You're overthinking. And sometimes, you know, you might be not seeing the bigger picture. You could take things personally. But you're dealing with somebody who also may not want you to always be right. You're showing up as the King of Swords. King of Swords can be cold as shit, you know, speaking the truth. You know, I'm right, and that's it. And you do have somebody here that knows it, but maybe doesn't want to be called out. So are you being Captain Call Out? But I also see you as righteous in a way too. Like I'm not letting you slip. Like you get mad or go cold if somebody reacts or overreacts on you, but then that stresses your person out too. So this may be a cross watcher read. If it is, only take what resonates, reverse it if you need to. But this is the dynamic I'm seeing. So it does feel like, yeah, you may need to create some boundaries and say, hey, but but sometimes it can be a standoff too. What's happening this week? The Tower. Be careful, guys. I might be picking this up. Maybe you guys having another situation where you're having the battle of the wits, or who's right, who's wrong, who's careless. Your person might be careless at times with what they say or what they do, because I am getting a person here that's got so much going on. Like they are high strung, restless. But for you, it's like that doesn't make it right, And so there could be a Tower moment this week where we have the moment of truth. Let's see what's going on underneath. I see the Three of Cups, and what should you do? The Ace of Swords. All right. So, I just banged my table. Sorry. I was trying to sit cross-style on my chair. All right. We got the Judgy Owls here for my Libra. And so the message I just got is there a way we can lighten things up this week and avoid a Tower moment? Hand the torch. What's there? A conversation. We have a conversation where one person gets to say something, the next person gets to say something, but we don't interrupt the other person. Because we could avoid a Tower moment this week. But there is some truth coming up this week. So there could be some truth calling. You might be calling somebody out. And maybe this person gets defensive when you call them out. But it could bring you guys closer. But I am seeing that you need to be honest, and you need to be able to speak your truth with somebody, and regardless if somebody gets defensive but I do feel like you guys could make peace this week. Maybe you do need somebody to come in and mediate. I don't know, Libra. That's what I got for you. You guys have a good friendship, or you guys had a good friendship, but it does seem like somebody may be careless with their words or careless with what they say. And it's one where you might need to be honest this week or clear things up, or maybe you guys will be apologizing. There could be an argument, but one that does bring you closer. And I'm going to leave it there. I have another air sign showing up, but I also have Aries and Scorpio showing up for you too as well. All right, let's see. Maybe you don't like this person. Maybe this person just, I don't know. I could go down. I'm trying to lighten it up here a little bit because those cards can, somebody who's just very defensive. But it could lead to a shouting match. You know what? I could, Sage, but I just feel like this is the energy. I changed decks, and the cards are not letting me avoid what needs to be said. You know, guys, I went bowling this weekend. It was the weirdest thing. I haven't bowled in like years. I didn't think I'd have fun. All right, Aries through Pisces. All right, we have a Knight of Fire, so communicate with confidence. And I am seeing advice from somebody else, so maybe this week is bringing somebody else in to mediate or to see each other's point of view. See where you guys are miscommunicating. Aries. Wait, I got two Knights of... Oh, that was a King of Fire. Sorry. I got Aries, Knight of Fire. So things happen fast with you and an Aries. You guys are both, you get lit up. I'm just saying think things through carefully before you say things. Things could happen suddenly. But they do want your attention. They like your attention. Taurus, Knight of Air. So you also seeing you've seen a lot of Knights here. So you've seen ego issues this week. So be cautious of communication this week that could take a left turn real quick. You guys need to just slow down this week. That's what I'm getting for you. I am seeing communication with a Taurus because assumptions could get out of hand. Gemini, also 5 of Swords. So complications with communication this week. Cancer, we got the Devil card. We got ego. You know, there's some ego issues. Battle of the egos with you and Cancer. Leo, 8 of Swords. Oh my goodness. There's just projection. You and Leo projecting onto one another. Maybe both getting stuck on your own assumptions. You can see the standoff. Sometimes the most challenging people in your life are the most rewarding. There's something here, Libra, you're being challenged with throughout the whole reading, different depth. Virgo, 2 of Pentacles. You guys just got to figure each other out. You're on different schedules, different time zones, different needs. You guys can make it work. There could be a decision this week to make plans to get together. Libra, Page of Water, Page of Cups. So a relationship with another Libra could lead to something deeper this week. But I am seeing oversensitive. So somebody could be sensitive. Somebody may say, I love you, another Libra. Scorpio, the Tower card. You and Scorpio, something powerful happening this week where there could be truth, revelation, argument. There's the Tower. And, you know, but it's going to change. It's going to change your relationship. Sagittarius, Sag can't stop focusing on the negative. You know, so you're kind of dealing with somebody who sees a problem in everything or thinks everything's a problem. You still may talk to them, but that's the attitude they got. Capricorn, I see the Strength card, right? There could be some forgiveness, compassion. This card says take a different approach. If you guys are arguing or misunderstanding each other, this is about a different approach. Aquarius, I'm seeing an opportunity to grow with an Aquarius, King of Pentacles. You know, they may make an offer. And Pisces. Pisces is just unhappy right now. They're unhappy with the situation, but they might be unhappy with themselves. You know, so they may pull away. You may feel like they're pulling away. Give it a couple days. It could just be a mood and energy. All right, Libra. All right, my dear Scorpios. All right. Scorpio. All right, the Two of Wands just wanted to fall out, so we're going somewhere. Where's my Scorpios going? You know, maybe somebody's wanting to get something going, but waiting for the right moment. So let's see. I'm gonna have to change. All right, so Scorpio. Things moving for you so far with that Two of Wands. Somebody wanting to anyways. All right, you got the Five of Pentacles, the Five of Swords there, and you got the King of Wands. All right. Well, you got somebody's got something weighing heavy on them. Something about the way you're feeling, the way they made you feel. You got a complicated situation already showing up. Somebody doesn't want to, somebody's missing you. Somebody doesn't want to miss the opportunity with you. But pride could be getting in the way. And it's like, what do I say? What do I do? It feels like somebody really wants to make a move, but it's questioning everything. All right, so you're weighing heavy on somebody's mind, somebody's heart. And if that makes you feel better, just knowing that somebody's not happy. Somebody is not maybe happy with themselves, the way they reacted to a situation, or maybe they're just lacking a little bit of, they don't want to be vulnerable. All right, that's the feel and the vibe underneath. Let's just get into the reading. Your person, though, loves you. Or is beginning, something's growing between the two of you. You know, this is their feeling. It's their energy. It's their, you know, a lot's growing between the two of you, but you guys are dealing maybe with a complicated situation right now, and trust that it'll unfold. You know, with the fives showing up, that's where I get the, you guys are what always saying, like, you know, I got the Four of Cups, the King of Wands, the Five of Swords, and the Five of Pentacles. You know, it's just the current energy. It could be just today. It could be, you know, what's been going on. But obviously somebody might be putting on a good face, acting strong, acting confident, but, you know, can't seem to figure out, you know, what their next move is. The Taurus Libra energy. Maybe they're just hoping that eventually it'll just blow over. Maybe they're waiting for you to make a move. Maybe they didn't expect, maybe they expected you to make a move. That's what I get. What draws them to you? The Hierophant. You know, standards too. Maybe you're right about something. What's their block? The World card. And let's see you, the Four of Pentacles. You know, if you're just kind of looking like you won't, maybe you have a grudge. I don't know, maybe you're not letting go of your stance or you're holding back. I feel like somebody's waiting for you to move forward. But you're teaching somebody a lesson. Because you're holding on pretty, somebody stung you or something. And maybe you're afraid to reach out or afraid to connect with somebody because you don't really know how they feel. I can see that because, like I said here, it's like somebody's got a good face on and you might not know how to read them. Especially when I'm seeing here that somebody really cares about you. But we're seeing high standards here, and that's what pulls them towards you. You know, you value yourself. Maybe you're doing what's right, and that's what's pulling somebody towards you. This person could be testing you, testing to see if you will reach out to them. They need closure with you and they're not getting it, or somebody feels like the door's still open and neither of you are moving. What's happening this week? The Devil card. Ooh, what's the pattern and what should you do? The Page of Swords. All right, I'm seeing Scorpio move on. You know, it's like you got to keep doing whatever it is you're doing. It looks like you're protecting yourself. You're being safe, right, from somebody. And maybe this is somebody here that plays games or has, you know, this week I'm seeing possibly the pattern is somebody texts you, somebody reaches out, somebody may say something, somebody may test the waters and trigger you. But you may not be able to trust what you're getting. That's what I'm seeing. It's like you have higher standards than this person. Stick with your standards. Maybe you pulling away from this person, they're realizing your worth, and they know you realize your worth, and they have respect for you. They have respect for you because of this. But they're not getting closure. And it's weighing on them. So I am seeing this week that you may get some sort of, you know, it could even be, you know, I don't like these two cards together because it just feels like, why can't you just say hi? Why can't you just text me? Why do you got to be a douchebag, you know, or be dishonest or play games with me? Not be real, not be honest, or act sly, or say something like nothing's wrong. And even though you know something is, like you're always having to read beneath read between the lines with this person. I'm getting what you should do is keep cruising forward and keep it simple. Don't feed into this. To me, it feels like you've already learned your lesson, but your person is keeping the door, like they can't close the door. You know, it looks like guilt or shame or all this good stuff keeps coming up here with the devil energy. You know, maybe we're still picking up on the full moon that's coming up and something's being released before, you know, we get to that new moon. But this is somebody with control issues. And so if they are blocking you or they're not saying anything or they are holding back, it's out of control issues, and you don't need that. So I am seeing here that this person doesn't make you feel emotionally safe. And although they do love you, this is where it's hard. There is whatever love they can do, or they respect you, or they're drawn to you because you're holding some sort of standard. That's keeping them on your time. That's keeping them in your life, which means you don't have to entertain it. They're not going anywhere. The more you cruise on and go in your own direction, it weighs on this person, and they're learning their lesson. Maybe there was some cheating in the past. Maybe this is how they're learning their lesson. But that's what I'm getting for you. So there could be some, pay attention this week to what they're saying, how they say it, how they're delivering it. And just know that they're not being honest with you. But just because there is love, you want somebody to show it and be authentic, not just you having to read between the lines and deal with this kind of energy. But somebody can't find closure with you. All right, lovely. Let's see, Aries through Pisces. You have Taurus, Libra, Capricorn energy. Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio, even Aquarius. Yeah, strong Aquarius. I also see drunk texting. Be careful of drunk texting. All right. All right, Aries through Pisces. All right, you have the wheel at the bottom of the deck. So we are seeing something coming around here, a situation that maybe you've dealt with before, karmic situation. I will say, though, the way you deal with this is going to make the most change. And to me, it feels like not getting pulled back into it is going to make the most change. It's going to turn the situation around. It might take long term, but the Empress does talk about, somebody needs to grow up. And if you want them to grow up, you can't get pulled into their drama. All right. So let's see, Aries, King of Air. Communication is on its way here. Maybe you need to speak your mind with confidence with an Aries, but it looks like an Aries interested and wanted to clear something up with you. Taurus, 6 of Wands. All right, so looking good with you and a Taurus. If you guys have been struggling lately, it feels, or if they've been, dealing with some conflict, it looks like we're moving on past that. Gemini, 4 Cups. Right? They feel like they missed the opportunity. They didn't go after it when they had the chance, and it's weighing on them now. So you may be dealing with that kind of energy this week. 5 of Swords with a Cancer. So we are seeing conflict, communication, miscommunication with the Cancer. Still. Leo, Queen of Pentacles. All right, maybe an offer coming in from a Leo. And Virgo, keeping their distance still, kind of being quiet, maybe silent, or they're just keeping distance between the two of you. Libra, Sun, things looking good with you and a Libra, lightening up, playful energy. Scorpio, you have the Page of Fire, so you've got some flirting and fun coming in with another Scorpio. Sagittarius, 4 of Wands. You guys feeling comfortable, content, and peaceful this week. Happy outcome to your situation. Capricorn, falling for you. You got a Capricorn that's interested in making an offer. Aquarius, defensive energy with an Aquarius. So just be prepared to make some sort of decision or create a boundary. And Pisces, 4 of Pentacles. Pisces invested, but it's slow moving. All right, here we go, Sagittarius. I'm going to do 2 of the shuffle. Hold on a second. Hello, Sherry. Happy belated Mother's Day to you too as well. All right, Sagittarius. All right, let's see, Sagittarius. Let's see their energy. All right, you got the Temperance card at the bottom of the deck. Maybe a water sign coming towards you. Somebody feels bad that they didn't put in the effort when you did. Somebody missing your generosity, missing the time they spent with you, or really had a good time. Maybe wishing they said something to you. So somebody really in their feelings for you. You know, maybe they are upset that they acted too calm or chill about it. They may have made it seem like they were fine the way things are or were. Or they just wanted to act like things are chill, keep things chill. But it looks as though if you've pulled your energy or if it's been, you know, some time, it feels like they're wishing they would have said something to you. They value you more than they're letting on, is what I'm getting. Maybe they're uncomfortable showing their feelings. All right, let's see. Your person, 10 of Pentacles. All right, so you do have somebody here that values their home life, values their home, their work, their career, their family, their investments. Maybe they feel like they have everything together, they're comfortable the way things are. Somebody who now maybe is looking at their future a little differently. What's pulling them towards you? Page of Cups. You're showing them something real. You know, they maybe thought they had everything together. They thought that they had everything they needed. And then here comes Sagittarius, but maybe you just didn't chase. You don't chase, right? The Temperance card. You're, you know, if they were in a relationship, that's the timing issue that they had other issues going on. And then you came into their life, somebody new, somebody different, somebody real, somebody that reminded them how to feel. But what pulls them towards you is they can't replace that now. You can't unknow that. You know, when you show up with the Page of Cups, you show up in this love and energy, and you show them, you reflect something, you reflect that back to them. And that's what they wanted. That's what they're missing. And because they're missing it, and now maybe you are kind of doing your thing, and they thought they could shake it, and they can't, you know, they're still thinking about you. But if you have a habit of dealing with people that are in other commitments or non-committal, you know, timing's always going to be your issue. You're falling in love with somebody, and, you know, let's see the block, the 10 of Wands. This person's is overcommitted. You got 3 10s showing up in this reading, and I just feel like I would love to run away with you. I would love to make this happen. I would love, but this person's got so much weight they carry. They could lose so much they've worked for. Or let's see you. Well, you're not saying, you're waiting. All right, but you are keeping your options open too, which is what I like that. But I, you know, you have to make a choice though. I am feeling like for you, you invest in the potential of a relationship, and it keeps you kind of standing there and you hold on to the potential with this, but it's 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and it's always keeping the door open. But it's hard for you to move forward because you hold on to the potential of this relationship. You see potential growth. You see the passion. You feel the passion. You feel the love. And you don't want to move on. But you also don't want to be an option either. I mean, it feels like this may be a pattern that you've dealt with before. You keep choosing somebody that is maybe almost ready, maybe says they're ready, maybe is saying they're tired of the situation, maybe saying they want to leave somebody, maybe doing this, maybe doing that, but you're always ready and waiting. So what's happening this week? I see the 4 of Pentacles. Not much changing this week. They're still not letting go of you, but there's still nothing's changing with the situation that they're in. It's like they want to hold on to the feeling they have with you, and they also don't want to lose control of what they have. This is a pattern that you repeatedly find yourself in. It always almost feels just right. And it feels like you're so close. But it's keeping you here. What should you do? 9 of Pentacles. You got to go do your available single, your high class, you can have just about the best life possible. And I am getting that. You just got to keep doing you here. Maybe the more unavailable you are, the more available this person will make themselves. That's what I have for you. Because there is possibility, and I can say that till I'm blue in the face, but that doesn't mean it's not valid. It's not wasting your time. But the more unavailable you are, if this person's not letting go, the more they'll be fearful that they're going to lose you, and maybe they'll step up to the plate. Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio is coming through. Fixed energy. And I am seeing the Temperance card. So you are dealing with something that could take time. And maybe you're feeling like you're running out of time. Aries through Pisces, think about the person that's on your mind. Good night, Christina. And hello, Shiloh. All right. Four of Pentacles again. Four of Pentacles. You know, it's somebody values their stability, their foundation, their money, their home, their investments, and control. You know, they don't want to feel like they're losing control. But you bring some sort of happiness to this person's life. Aries, Ace of Water, you got their heart. They've definitely fallen in love with you, and you may hear from them, or you'll hear from them. Taurus, the Fool card. You know, Taurus may jump in. Taurus may actually, it's like, I want to experience this. I want to do this. So you got a Taurus coming in. Gemini, 10 of Wands. All right, it's like they have so much stress and complications going. It's a very complicated situation with Gemini. And you're still kind of in the way of this, you know. It's like all this external noise. So something could finally reach a breaking point this week where we finally make a decision. Cancer's got nothing but love, right? But it's death of lust. All right, so they want your attention this week. Looks like they're coming in fast. Leo, you know, Leo's wanting to talk to you, wanting to connect with you, but it's still slow and steady, but it's still slow. It's kind of keeping you in a position of, are we friends, or are we more? Are we going to build more together? Virgo. All right, so Virgo's in love with you too as well. You know, this week you may find clarity with this relationship because emotionally invested, deeply respect you, and their feelings are just growing for you. Libra. Libra feels content and happy with you, likes to be around you. Scorpio is also wanting to take the relationship to another level. They're in deep. Sagittarius, you have the Four of Swords, so I am seeing time to rest and recoup and meditate on what you want for your future. It looks like you and another Sag could be taking some space. Capricorn, I'm seeing the Death card, so an end of a phase or a situation. Aquarius, falling in love too as well, so you guys could go on a date. They may invite you over. Pisces making a solid offer. They want to definitely test the waters. All right, Sagittarius. Time always flies so fast on these. It's like 2-3 hours, boom, like it's nothing. All right, Capricorn. All right, Two of Pentacles, Knight of Cups. You know, you got somebody here. You guys are just trying to figure each other out. They're just trying to figure out their feelings. They're feeling you. Maybe they don't quite understand exactly what's going on, but something is stirring up. It's just a matter of time. They may be trying to hold it together, you know, as things grow between the two of you. You may be somebody that's quite different from, you know, what they're used to. But this person's ready for this. They definitely got their heart in the right place. It's kind of a chill energy. You may feel like it's inconsistent at time, but this could be somebody that just likes to test the waters. You know, it feels like your heart, you know, their heart is winning. You know, it's like, you got me, but I'm still testing the waters. I'm still going to play it chill. But you got something here. So let's see your person, Knight of Wands. So this is really important stage, it feels like, because it's somebody here that's like, is this short term or is this something that could be long term? You know, if things are moving fast and then this person slowed down, it's obviously there's chemistry, obviously it's, you know, the attraction's there, but now somebody's catching feel, so they might be slowing down, you know, not sure whether this is meant to be just temporary or long term. But like I said, it looks like the heart's winning. What's pulling them towards you? Their heart. All right. They may be trying to talk themselves out of it, but, you know, because they're indecisive, they don't want to lose the opportunity. They feel something with you. They can't explain it. There's more than just chemistry, but they're not quite sure. And it feels like they're not ready to move on until they have resolution, until they can figure it out. You may be somebody that they thought things were going to be different between the two of you, but surprise, surprise. And you may be somebody that's not exactly what they were expecting or what they thought they wanted. You're just completely different. And now they're twisted. What's their block? Pride, ego, trying to be strong. But their mask is slipping because the heart is winning. You know, they may have wanted to keep this as a, you know, sort of a flirty, superficial type of, you know, short term, one night. But apparently that mask is slipping. It's running deeper than they expected. Let's see you. Queen of Swords. Maybe questioning everything, trying to figure out. You're trying to look at things responsibly. Be careful to judge this too soon or too quickly. But, you know, the Queen of Swords is use discernment. You know, you don't want, just because of I'm saying their heart's in it, doesn't mean you want them to be 100% certain, not indifferent, not leaving you kind of questioning. You need the mask to be revealed and them to step up before you 100% invest. But they may have you in your head a little bit. You may be confused because you feel the intensity. but you also feel the connection. You feel it, but it's still too inconsistent for you to make a definite choice just yet. They need to, it's them. They got to step up. What's happening this week? Page of Cups. Looks like it could be happening. Was there a conversation about your feelings? Seems like this is the timing is happening, and somebody here may surprise you. The pattern, your person, they've been obviously let down. And that's what their hesitancy is. I'd rather keep things fun and flirty than get in a relationship and get let down. So they have a wound there when it comes to giving their heart and getting played. So now they're playing at times. You know, but they saw something more in you. What should you do this week? Temperance card, play cool. Just keep going with the flow. Something you're doing here anyways has got this person. All you got to do is be yourself and go with the flow. Be chill. Your person's working through their own shit. You know, they're gonna, you know, it's like I feel like they're like a chihuahua running around in circles because they're catching feels. I have Sagittarius, I have Leo for you, I have Libra, Aries, could be Gemini, Aquarius. You got every sign here almost except Earth. All right, let's see Aries through Pisces. All right, so the person that's on your mind. All right, you got them going back and forth. Events could move really fast this week. If you've been feeling delayed or feeling like somebody's been holding back, I got the 8 of Wands. So this is always speeding up. The energy's speeding up. All right. Aries. Aries got ego issues. All right. They definitely desire, they want this, they want you. Taurus. All right. So you have Taurus wanting to communicate, talk about future plans, getting together. Gemini. You guys can make it work. They see you guys making it work somehow. Cancer. All right. They're tied to you, and they care about you more than you think. All right. So I am seeing release the judgments that you may be having about this, because Cancer just might, you know, not want you to see what's going on just yet inside, but you guys have a very strong bond. Leo wants your attention. They're coming back in for your attention this week. Virgo's got love for you. Looks like your relationship is deepening, continuing to grow. Libra, you and Libra getting together, hanging out, or just having some good times, talking about good times. Scorpio is invested in you, can see a future. Sagittarius making an offer this week. Very confident in you and the relationship. Libra, Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn. All right, Capricorn, you're in a complex situation. They want to be together. They need to make a choice, though. Aquarius, flirting. Aquarius wanting to talk to you, flirt with you. And Pisces. Pisces wanting to get together, hang out. All right, they feel very comfortable around you or want to reunite with you. Aquarius. All right, just about getting there. Maria, yes. You can definitely pay through Super Chat. I'll be starting them right after Pisces. Well, I'm on Aquarius right now. All right, Aquarius. The Emperor and Nine of Swords just wanted to fly out, but let's see if it plays out. Because that's just somebody that, you know, won't always admit when they know that they've said or done something wrong. I got the Eight of Cups here. So somebody may have walked away, moved on, and does not want to admit that they may have made the wrong choice. I got the Three of Swords. And I got the Hierophant. Somebody realizing their part in something and where they may have gone wrong. But also I'm seeing somebody leaving a situation and trying to figure out who they are. They could be rediscovering themselves, you know? And they just don't want to, you know, make the mistakes again, make the wrong mistakes again. So they could be just, you know, I had the Emperor show up. So the Emperor is just like, you never know when the right time is going to be. They could be just afraid to take that next step. So let's see your person. 10 of Pentacles. So they do value their home life, their responsibilities, their family, their career. And ultimately they do, you know, see that in their future. What draws them to you? The Two of Pentacles. You guys are different, but you guys work well together, and you guys, you know, you're somebody that challenges them in a way, but it's good, and they can build with you. They definitely see somebody that they could build a future with. But that's long term, and right now it's like one step at a time. I'm just trying to figure out who I am. What's their biggest block? The Nine of Cups. The Eight of Cups, the Nine of Cups. Maybe they just haven't figured out themselves yet. They haven't had enough time to really just enjoy their freedom, enjoy themselves. And so they see the potential here for a relationship with you, but they you know, it's about taking it slow, taking it one step at a time. You know, it is clear that your person is trying to find happiness. And they could still be healing from a a separation or something very painful that just happened. You know, pressure could cause this person, if you're feeling inconsistency with this person, it could be pressure. If they feel the pressure. And what should you, let's see you, what you're not seeing, the Temperance card. You got no patience for it. You're needing to see the outcome now. You're needing to see the results now. You're wanting to know where things are going now. And your person is rebuilding at the early stages. And the focus is mainly on themselves. It's kind of a selfish energy. To you, it may seem selfish, but to them, it seems part of their healing journey and necessary. So you both don't always see eye to eye when it comes to what's going on. But this person is running your patience thin because you're wanting things to happen now. And they're saying, we don't need to rush into things. So you guys have difference of opinions. You have different viewpoints of what you guys need, want right now. So what's happening this week? I got the Devil card. There could be a lot of pressure. You know, the desire for each other, the lust is there. And that's also what might keep you guys going back and forth, because the desire is there. I definitely want you. But if selfishness or ego gets in the way, or, you know, impatience, or if there's another situation that's still resolving itself, this kind of tension, pressure can cause the inconsistency. And the pattern, it could be an act. It could be saying something impulsively. Sometimes it can be bitchiness, or saying something that is cold or disconnecting, or being ruthless. Sometimes we say things when we're aggravated or mad or impatient. Seems like impulsive communication, or not getting one's way, can create an unhealthy pattern between the two of you. Whether it's you or them, it doesn't matter. But your person could have had an ex that was very, very much vocal and judgmental and critical and controlling. And this could be why your person is just like, I'm better off alone. I'm better off on my own right now. They could be dealing with that energy. What should you do? The Five of Swords. Put down your swords. You know, this is a situation that you can't fix. You've done, said everything. You don't need to explain yourself, plead your case, or anything. There's just, it's everything I just said. It's like, it's there, but you may be thinking you're doing something wrong or did something wrong, but it's just, you guys, slow down if you want this to work. Your person could easily get triggered if they are dealing with somebody else like this, or if conversation between the two of you, because of your person's tendency to go their own way, gets in the way. And that's what I'm seeing. And it could be indulgence. Somebody overindulges, right? But there could be manipulation. The pattern is your person does not want to deal with manipulation, or arguing, or lying, or anything like that. And but that's the pattern that they may be walking away from. All right, let's see Aries through Pisces. 4 of fire. All right, think about the person that's on your mind. Look at this, 2 of Pentacles. So there might be a lot going on at once, and we just need to make adjustments. Compromise, flexibility, being able to handle what we're dealt and work with it. But if somebody's testing your patience and you don't have the time, or you just don't want to wait, or you don't want to work with this, that's where what you should do, the 5 of Swords, is either surrender, decide, walk away, do what you got to do. Aries, I see the Fool card. Aries coming in, coming back in, and wants this to get off the ground. Taurus. All right. A lot of things going on at once with a Taurus, but they're excited to hear from you or want to hear from you. Gemini. Gemini is not happy with the way things turned out. They could be missing you, or, hoping that you guys can reconcile. Cancer. Cancer respects you and has deep feelings for you. Leo. Leo may be wanting to get together again. Missing you as well, or just likes when you're together. Virgo. The Lovers. You and Virgo really, got it in, but they could be dealing or closing a chapter from the past as well. Need to make a choice. Libra. Yeah, Libra. All right, Libra could be making an offer this week. Serious offer. Scorpio coming back around to maybe change things up. Sagittarius, you have the 5 of Swords, all right, complications, maybe trying to over-explain yourself, or there's miscommunication with you and a Sag. Capricorn, I see Judgment. All right, so you guys could be reevaluating the relationship and making an important decision. Aquarius, you got the King of Wands, right? So you have another Aquarius that, definitely wants to see a future. Maybe you're both on the same page, or they could be stepping up this week. Pisces, I see the Death card, so an end of a phase or a situation with the Pisces. All right, we made it to Pisces, and then I'll be doing super chats, and then we'll be done. All right, 2, 3, 9. All right, Pisces. I got a fire sign. And I have the 8 of Pentacles. All right. So we can make this work. You might be dealing with somebody who work is their main priority, their health, their routine, their work, their schedule, their life. And they take things as it comes, right? So your person, Pisces, they might be very interested, but relationship, they sort of take it as it comes. They just kind of like their freedom to make choices, or they just put a lot of their time into their work and projects. So there is room for this to grow. But if you're okay with being with somebody who is always occupied, always busy, always going somewhere, and you're always waiting, and look at the 5 of Cups. You're not feeling fulfilled. You gotta be honest with yourself. Is this good enough? Is this what I want? Your person, the Strength card, maybe physically fit, very strong. I can see somebody and, wears, several hats. Entertainment, I can see why you like this person. I mean, they have a real strong character. But they're also very confident in themselves and confident in their situation, and sometimes hard to bend. It's like, but what draws them to you? The 2 of Cups. You are very attractive. They definitely like the moments with you. They like talking with you. They feel a connection with you. What's their biggest block? The Sun card. They don't know how to let down their guards and have fun. They don't know how to let themselves fall in love and be playful. Everything's kind of serious, and I gotta keep a shield on. But maybe you bring it out of this person. This person performs, also, it's like, I don't want to be vulnerable. But it's hard. They can't resist you. So let's see you. Page of Pentacles. Look at you. I'm just innocent and productive, and yeah, maybe you're younger than this person, but you're always willing to compromise. You're always willing to do what you can. You're very kind, very supportive, but you also accept breadcrumbs, and you also accept, you give so much kindness, and this person may give you these conversations. They may connect with you, make you feel good when they're with you, but you could get more. You respect, but you're not respecting your own time and your needs. You care more about the other person's needs. So you may be very trusting and very youthful and very, you just see the promise and the potential in this. And that's possibly why they're always attracted to you, or they feel attracted to you. But their block is being able to authentically express themselves. Your person just doesn't want to let down their guard, their mask, and just loosen up and have some fun and just fall in love, allow themselves to be in the moment. What's happening this week? Your person seems pretty awesome, by the way. It's just you've got somebody, that some of us adults can't loosen up. This week you got silence, but you got somebody observing you. So it looks like they're going to continue to wear, the mask, and, you got pride, you got afraid to be vulnerable. I'm not saying much. What's the pattern? The Nine of Cups. Your person is ego-driven, and your person goes after their desires. They're very ambitious. But they're also, it's all about their needs and their wants. So right now your person's in a position where, like I said in the beginning, their work, their money, their needs, their wants, their desires are number one right now. And you get kind of what's left. You know, they just don't prioritize relationships. Your advice for the week is the King of Swords. I mean, this could grow into something, but you've got to emotionally detach a little bit, especially if you're all in and you're falling in love and you're being naive, because that's eventually going to cause suffering for you, because you will not get your emotions, your needs met, and somebody will feel start distancing themselves because they feel the pressure, especially when they're in this mode. So what I am seeing for you is just be clear, just see the bigger picture, take a step back. You know, and detach a little bit from the situation, especially if you're falling in love already and you're needed more from this relationship. I have Leo energy, Aquarius. I have Pisces, strong Leo coming through in Aquarius. Maybe there is an age difference. Maybe there are kids involved. Work, you know, you got the Page of Pentacles. Maybe you work for this person. Let's see, Aries through Pisces. I got the Strength card. It just fell out. The Strength card came out. You just got a strong character. Yes, Maria. You know, you have somebody that, you know, is built for their lifestyle, built for what they have accomplished. They're going after their accomplishments. You know, you have the Lovers card here. You know, the attractions there, the desires there, the intimacy. But the value of your time is what's not there. Aries, Ace of Swords, you may hear from them this week. You know, I am seeing again too, the Ace of Swords, you know, can sometimes be, you know, we get a rough start at first, but like I said, this could grow into something. It's very positive. It could grow into something, but what you need right now and what they're given isn't matching. Taurus, Page of Water. So relationship, getting very friendly, maybe an I love you from a Taurus. Gemini, Seven of Pentacles, wanting to make plans, all right? So you guys could be making plans this week. Cancer making a solid offer to you. Remember, this is different from this. It could resonate, but I do this differently for those of you that just didn't resonate. No change with a Leo. All right, we might need to look at things differently because things are still kind of standstill, kind of quiet. Virgo, some flirting coming in with a Virgo. Libra, you got the Sun card. All right, so something promising with a Libra. Good times. Scorpio, kind of being quiet here, hanging back. It's saying have patience. Sagittarius, things could end, or finally a difficult situation is over with Sagittarius. Capricorn, still struggling with some challenges with Capricorn, but they're invested. Aquarius, things growing between you and Aquarius. Something might come to light this week. And Pisces, Six of Pentacles. Look at the value of time. So maybe another Pisces giving you a gift or some more effort, or making the effort to support you. I love you guys. All right. What a day. What a reading. All right, I'm gonna take a quick 2-second break, and I'll be right back to do the super chats. I appreciate you guys, and just give me 2 seconds. Thanks for being here. Please hype, like, subscribe, and I'm gonna put the timestamps up real quick. Where are you? There we are. And put the timestamps in, and then I will be right back. All right, let's see. $303. All right, let's see. I do see Carissa in here. All right, I see Jen. Hello, Arizona. And I do see Maria. I have you. All right, let's jump in and get this party started. I would like a general. All right, Fernando. General for Fernando. I'm glad you found me, Fernando. I changed the super chats to be at the end of my all signs. So I'm so glad. I didn't really announce it too much, but I've been doing it for the last couple weeks. I miss you. All right, Fernando. A general for Fernando. I'm going to pull one of these ones first. Thank you, Abigail. All right. So you do have the card of good luck here showing up for you, wishes granted and blessings. So hopefully that does bring a little bit of a smile to your face, maybe some blessing coming in for you, maybe to see the blessing in a situation that you might be dealing with. You might be lucky, more lucky than you realize. I do see the light. I see you walking into a new situation, new room, new environment. And you have the Sun card. So this is also enhancing the luck, the blessing, the being present. So be present. I'm seeing be present because there is a present, a gift around you. All right, I see the Temperance card, maybe the right time and right place, and I see the Ace of Cups. And I was going to say here, I was going to joke, and I was going to say, you're a 10. So somebody thinks you're a 10. All right. So if you just started a relationship or just met somebody, maybe this is confirmation that somebody's fallen in love, or you could be falling in love here sooner than you realize. 8 of Wands, things moving pretty fast. Lots of things coming at you at once. You know, if you're, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but this could feel pressure. This could feel like I got a lot of plans, a lot of going. And if you've been stagnant recently, that looks like that's about to change. This could be a lot of things coming at you at once when you least expect it, when you run into somebody. You might meet somebody through somebody, or things may start to go really fast between you and another person. I see the Hierophant, so this is leading towards a commitment. This could have to do with school. Maybe you have the same beliefs. Maybe you guys go to church. But I am seeing a lot coming at you at once when it comes to work too, and school and university. Feeling pressure, or you're getting some pressure to level up. Responsibilities. Watch your mouth too when it comes to what you say. Make sure everything you say is morally in line with how you truly feel. I felt like a mom there. We just went through Mother's Day. You know, sometimes you can fly off the handle here and say some things that you might regret. You know, somebody could piss you off. It's valid. I can feel it. It's valid. But especially if you're at a place where, you know, work, university or church, you got to be careful. What's coming towards you? I see a Queen of Cups. You got a feminine energy. Maybe a sister, mom, friend, coworker. A very loving energy. May express something to you. May tell you something personal. Somebody may be holding space for you, trying to care for you, trying to love on you. And they just want you to know that they're here. They're around you. And I see a Queen of Wands. Fernando, you always, you must have just a lot of good people around you, or a lot of people around you. This could be coworkers, work, schoolmates, whatever. You know, and you just have several people around you, and I see a lot of things flying around. Maybe you're the mediator between two people. This could be a partnership too. And, you know, this could also be honest communication, or some sort of a lot coming at you at once from several different people in your life. I see the Seven of Swords. Pay attention to people being inauthentic. not being transparent with you. This is where I am seeing honest communication, calling somebody out, reading between the lines. You might be navigating through somebody else's situation, but if there's people around you, I just sounded like from Star Wars. All right. Just be cautious of dishonesty or somebody tiptoeing around the truth. All right. Anything else for you? I am seeing the 7 of Wands. All right. Defend yourself, stand your position, create boundaries. So a lot of good stuff there for you, but I'm also picking up a lot of several other things. So, you know, there could be situations with people around you, moral dilemma. There could be calling somebody out for dishonesty, and defending your beliefs is what I have for you. All right. Miss you. Love you. Fernando has been with me for a long time. All right, let's see. We have Alyssa. All right, Alyssa. Emma's been taking a little bit of a break. She's been on here for years too. Sending her love. That's the thing is, you know, I think she's needing a little bit of a break from that. All right, let's see. We have Alyssa. Energy check for the week ahead. Yeah, she's been on here for almost 6 years, 5 years, 6 years. All right, an energy check for the week. I am going to put up the banner, okay? I have 10 people, so I just want to put that up so that I can slow it down. I might take 1 more or 2 more, but... All right, Alyssa. All right, you have the Stone of Destiny. So this week could be about making choices about your path in life, your ambitions, your growth. What's yours? What's meant for you? I am also getting passion and yes. So if it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. Reasonably. You know what I mean? Obviously, you got to go to work. You could say no, but got to pay the bills. But you know, if it's like if you're uncertain about things this week, and if you're not in alignment, really the whole thing is about being in alignment. All right. I think the work is not trying to drastically change your life, but to become more in alignment with who you truly are. Every day you just show up for yourself. Every moment just making the choices that are in alignment with, is this going to add to my life? Does this feel right? Is this really what I think? Is this really what I want? Do I really care about this person? Do I really want to talk to this person? Do I really need to do this? Do I really need to do that? And it's just choosing to choose more things that are in alignment with what you truly want. Because obviously we all do accommodate in some ways, and it's part of life. We need other people. We need situations. We do need to grow. We can't avoid all challenges. But the alignment part is just feeling more satisfied at the end of the night saying, you know, I at least did a lot more things that I felt weren't aligned with me, and not everything was just because I had to. So you might be contemplating this week on your personal choices and your life path, your job, and like I said, you don't have to change things overnight, but it could be a reflective week. King of Cups, we have a water sign around you this week. And I have a Page of Wands here underneath that. So we're seeing a couple people around you this week that may be influencing your life. You may be hit with real truths this week about your feelings. And whenever I see that King of Cups, I'm like, oh, here it goes. Time for growth. Time to deal with something that might come up, and time to process some grief, right? And but it's a chance to grow and really deepen your connection with yourself or with others. There could be some playful conversation or call that comes in this week as well. But here we go. You know, your week is showing up the Two of Wands. If there's just potentials, it's stepping into the possibilities this week. You may have an option. You may have another doorway open up. I do see people around you maybe inviting you somewhere to do something. You might have a meeting. You might, this is also stepping up even at work. I know you've had some situations there, but it's choosing a different path. So let's reflect on what you said last week. You were having a problem with your manager, right? Here's an example of this energy I'm picking up this week. How important is it to your growth? And is it something that is, that you can grow from and not need their validation? Because you are stepping onto a new path. You're moving forward, and obviously, you've already stepped forth on a new direction with the Two of Wands. I see the Knight of Cups. There could be potential new romance headed your way, even if we're not just looking at this week. There could be, it could be you, options. You might be letting go of a situation from the past, and you might meet somebody new this week. There is potential there. And I see the Ace of Cups. So this could be a new home as well. This could be weighing out your options for a new job. This could be weighing out your options for a new partner. So this week, it looks like we do have the new moon in Taurus. So this could be a good week for you to write down what it is you see yourself. What do you want? What do you want and need in a partner? Re-examining your intentions and what your heart truly wants. You want to be in love. You want somebody to be in love with you. I am seeing here you have new love coming your way. And I have the Lovers. So ultimately making a choice of who brings true passion into your life, rather than looking at the moment, looking at the bigger picture. But you could be making a very big, important decision when it comes to how you approach love, and also examining how love shows up for you, because it's reflecting back to you also some of your own inner desires and your fears. So I got 3 cards here that show you making contact, 4 cards with possibility a new love. Or it could even be a conversation. Even if you are connected to somebody right now, it could be somebody voicing their feelings towards you. And that's what I got, my love. Taurus, Sun, Scorpio, Moon, and Pisces rising. How's your Taurus energy dealing with all that water energy? Yeah, I mean, moonlit. You had so many, and it's a passion, and yes. I mean, so I don't know if you had a question in your mind, like, is there anybody there? Do I have love coming my way or whatever? But that is at least confirming to you that you have love on the horizon. But it is about also opening up to love as well, and opening up to options, opening up your options. Drowning. I know she's got Scorpio moon with the, I'm like, ugh. You know me with my Scorpio moon. I'm a Scorpio moon, guys. So I'm like, I try to like, you know, I'm so close to possibly being a Sagittarius, if it was just a couple more minutes. All right. So we have Randy. I'm a new moon Scorpio eclipse on the eclipse. I'm confused about me and my Scorpio situation. How does he even feel about me? Am I on the right one? No, that's Abigail. Sorry. I'm on Randy. What do I need to be aware of in the options I have that I don't see in relationships? All right. Super. Yeah, this is going to be, I think also because Pluto went retrograde on some level, some of us that are very self-reflective are going to be, I've been reflecting already too. I always do, but this last couple of days have been very reflective. Leo moons to me and Sag moons are the most fun moons. My younger son, Aries, is Leo moon. Hello, Randy. All right. So first of all, is there anybody around you that you need to be aware of in options? What do I need to be aware of in the options I have that I don't see in relationships? All right. All right, so the people around you. Well, I got the Seven of Swords. Are they being transparent with you? Why the Seven of Swords? Four of Wands. I don't know. Can you trust that you share the same values when it comes to commitment? Are they being honest about their intentions? Or do you just not trust them? Are they just not for you? Are the people around you superficial? They don't challenge you. You don't feel like you can be yourself around them? Like you just don't feel like you can truly just settle in and be yourself? What's pulling you towards them? You're wanting change. You're trying to get over the past and just move on. I don't know. I'm not sure I like the options around you. It doesn't mean that there's not potential or it couldn't grow into something. But I just feel like whoever's around you, you're not feeling like you can truly kick back, and like they just don't bring true happiness. I feel like you're just trying to move on. You're looking for change, you're wanting change, and these relationships around you might not be leading anywhere in the current energy. What's blocking you? 7 of Wands. You got your guards up. Picky. But that's okay, Randy. So I know I'm picking that up, and that's okay, because I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of that in the past. And I was one of those people that in order to move on, I had to get on, you know? And it's like, it didn't, if I could look back in the past, there's no, I wish I could give you a solid answer actually, because if I would have waited, I probably wouldn't have moved on. But yet, if I wait too long, I don't get into relationships either. So nobody can answer that but you. Sometimes I feel like we always do what the best we can in the moment. And it's like, but right now I am just getting a lot of energy. Like maybe it's for performance. And it's definitely for you to help you move on. But I wouldn't daydream yet. You know what I mean? Because it does look like you're going through a shift, a change. And you still have to grow into this new version of yourself. But it doesn't mean you have to push them away either. It's just, it's what it is. It's you not feeling 100% with them. Yeah, exactly. I think I know what you're saying. Yours, you've got the death card here, Scorpio energy, but you also have the 7 of Swords. It's not going to be easy for you to just trust people right away. And you also, again, performance doesn't feel like it's in your description. You know, you get to a certain age and it's like, I think that's where a lot of people, we get to a certain age and, you know, it's just, come on, be real. All right. So anything happen in this week for you? I see the 9 of Wands. The 9 of Swords. Why did I have to ask that question? And I see the Judgment. I see healing still going on for you, but I also see, you know, still losing sleep and stressing out about some of the hardships you've been through. Nobody likes this period of adapting to a new path. But I'm seeing don't give up. You know what I mean? Like you can't give up right now. It's just honestly, you're going through this process of change. And it's easy to judge and criticize or be critical of other people when you're kind of in this energy of, you know, not trusting, but also protective energy. You're very protective of yourself. So I just feel like the energy around you this week is still more about you just kind of coming into, you know, where you're at right now. And maybe not focusing so much on replaying the past or judging yourself or thinking that, you know, this could even be like you just don't want to deal with it anymore. You don't want to even get into it. It can be the times when we're really beating ourselves up. Any advice for you? The 8 of Wands. Keep on keeping on. You know, I would pull your energy back a little bit with the people that you're around. But I would continue reaching out and moving forward, but making sure, you know, honesty. You know, don't waste your time with people that you just feel like you just said it, you're performing. You have kind of a energy about you where I don't know, you're kind of tired of the whole situation. Sometimes people in this energy and they're going out, they don't even have time to have fun. They don't even, it's like, I already know it's going to turn out a certain way before I even get invested. I just think you're in a critical stage right now, and you got to allow yourself some time. I think that's all I got. I'm sending you love. I have the Six of Swords at the bottom of the deck. I didn't show you this, but this is telling me that this too shall pass. You know, it's my favorite saying. This too shall pass. You know, you are moving on from a difficult situation, and there's always more out there. You just can't see it yet. And I know these things, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, everybody says these things, but it's the truth. Sending you love. All right. I am trying to do the timestamps for you guys too. Sam, so kind. 33. All right. So let's see, Abigail. I can't see the question. Come on. I'm so confused about me and my Scorpio situation. How does he even feel about me? Can I truly trust my gut that a reconciliation is coming? All right. So I'm so confused about me and my Scorpio situation. How does he even feel about me? Can I truly trust my gut that a reconciliation is coming? All right. I am going to tell you, don't be nervous, but wanting and hoping. I can't say this enough. When we need, want, or hope for something too much, we create the resistance. And so I wouldn't not trust your gut that it's going to happen. But the bigger thing is, can you truly believe it? Can you trust it? Because fear is telling you can't even trust yourself, and you don't even know what's true. You don't even know. But when we hope, want, or don't want to trust our gut, we just are so afraid to let go, and not letting go is run from fear. And fear usually creates restrictions, or we make choices that we wouldn't normally make that create a block in the situation. So always trust your gut. I know. And then you come to me and then I say them. I said this earlier to somebody. It was, I know when I cry or get upset, I know the logic behind it. I know I don't believe it, but you still have to feel it to be true. You still have to process it. You know, and I think a part of it is too, is that before we even process the grief of losing somebody, we latch on to the fear of them not returning. So instead of processing the loss first and then healing from that and then wanting them to return in a different state, we ignore the loss. And so then we continue to grieve. And that's the part that makes it hard to believe that they'll come back. I hope I said that right. How is Scorpio feeling? All right, not bad, but still uncertain. You got the Four of Pentacles, you got the Two of Swords. This can be uncomfortable for you because, you know, he holds back. He definitely is staying in the darkness. He's staying behind. He doesn't know what the hell he wants yet, but the good news is, you know, I wouldn't be thinking about you if there wasn't still an opportunity, if I still didn't feel something. He's not sold yet on the complete thought of losing you. But he's also not sold on reconciling just yet. Just very much indifferent. So in these kind of energies, sometimes it is, we have to let go before things get better. I got the Seven of Wands, his energy. He definitely is keeping a block or keeping you at bay or pushing you away. I can see that. He's very much guarded and protective of his energy. What draws him to you? I'm doing the same spread I did for the reading today. There's something about you that he is still loyal to and still committed to and still feels comfortable with. I don't know what kind of a relationship you had, how long you had it for, but he did see potential in this relationship. And there is something about you, your energy, that grounded him or that he very much valued. Maybe you value yourself. Maybe he loves that about you. Maybe you defend yourself. You stood up for yourself. You respect yourself. He knew you wanted something and you were determined. And, you know, you're consistent. What's your sign? What's stopping him from reaching out? Seven of Swords. Timing. He's not ready, and I don't know if he lied to you, deceived you, or doesn't want to deal with any conflict, or is not ready to face reality or face consequences. Maybe he's dishonest and you're somebody that doesn't deserve that, and he respects you for that. Maybe admitting they sabotage, they lie, they admit that they were wrong. Maybe they don't want to hear what they did wrong. I don't know, I could think of a million reasons why somebody would be avoiding the truth or avoiding conversation. What you're not seeing about yourself in the situation. You've got strong values and you may be connecting with somebody that, you know, how can I say this, right? Gemini Sun, Libra Rising, Virgo Moon, all right. Virgo, Scorpio, yeah. All right. And the thing is that you have strong values. And so whenever you're in a situation, and this is a lot of you guys that I read for, whenever you're in a situation that your higher self knows that this is just going against my true morals and values, but I'm going to keep compromising, self-sacrificing because of ego or just because you want, desire. Conflict is always going to arise in a situation because you cannot lie to yourself. And somebody else knows that you have high standards and you deserve better and you know what you deserve. And so anytime somebody lies to you or does something or deceives you, you're going to reflect back to them their fault. So there's a misalignment there. And they get very defensive and very protective of their energy. And you would think them having the Scorpio placements that they would be doing that to you. But no, Scorpios transform the most through their partnerships. Trash trying to take itself out. So you have some high standards and don't crack. I mean, well, obviously you can't. You have strong beliefs about who you are, what you deserve, what relationships should look like. You're very committed, you're very loyal, you're very dedicated, and that's what draws them back to you. But also, you know, you're learning a lesson here too. What is it that you need from this to work? Will it make, you know, there's got to be something you're getting out of it. So what's actually going to happen in the future? I see the 9 of Cups. So you will get what you want. You will get what you desire. They will be back. You will reconcile. But your biggest block is this. The biggest thing is that you're trying to connect with somebody who doesn't share the same values as you. And so maybe that's it, Abigail. Maybe that's why you're in this relationship, because you need to learn this part of yourself and learn to trust yourself. You said that to me. You need to understand that you have high value standards for yourself. And you're not meant to lower your standards. This isn't about expectations either. This is about standards. You know, and that's the biggest thing. So there's a challenging relationship you're dealing with, but you guys are growing from it. And I think that when you're ready, you will be just done with it. All right. But you will get what you desire, because this guy over here is probably like, what the hell do you see in me? What do you want with me? You know, you're going to the club to meet this one, and he's saying you need to go to your community church. Meet the good one. I'm being judgmental. Your person's probably awesome. I'm just being an asshole. Nothing wrong with the club. All right, sending you love. Did that answer all your questions? Does that answer it for you? All right. All right, you're welcome. All right, Cassius. Cassius. All right, anything I need to know when it comes to your SP? We haven't said SP in a long time. Yeah, that's why I'm divorced, and that's where I met mine. Hello, Cassius. Yeah. And you know what he told my sons? He said, you don't want to meet your wife at a bar. And I said, what do you mean? You don't want to meet your husband at a bar? Who are you judging? He was there. I'm like, man, the double standard. You ripped all yours out of the friend zone. That's what I did afterwards. I was like, I ain't doing that ever again. I was so mad when he said that. I was like, you son of a bitch. All right. What do you need to know when it comes to your SP? I'm going to tell you the number one rule you need to know when it comes to your SP. Especially if you're calling them an SP and you manifest, you need to know that you already know what they know. That's the whole idea around it. When I used to read, I used to try and keep you guys focused with that if you were manifesting, but I gave up, right? Because it got too complicated. But the truth is, when you can believe and know what you truly believe your SP thinks about you, then you're on the right path to manifesting them in. You have to believe that they're even wanting you. They choose you. They desire you. I see the 6 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, so that's not bad. All right. The 2 of Cups, their energy, what pulls them towards you? 7 of Pentacles. All right, you got them thinking about the, possibility of future plans. The block or the resistance is the Death card. All right, so I don't know if they're in a relationship right now or they're uncertain about what they even think about a relationship or what they even want with a relationship. But I can see where there's a block here. Now, it hasn't ended between the two of you. There's still unfinished business here. They haven't let go of this. But you are sitting in this void energy where you're not quite sure whether or not you should give up even the possibility of getting together. If they are in a relationship and you're aware of that and you have focus on that, you're going to continuously always believe or focus that they're in a relationship, and that may make it hard to make this move or grow. But taking all that out of here, his energy is the 2 of Cups, so he felt something with you. He just wasn't sure whether he thought it was going anywhere. And so that's where the block comes in. He wasn't ready to make future plans, and maybe you were. So things may have ended between the two of you, but he hasn't completely let go of the idea either. So there could be a return coming in with the 6 of Wands. They still are attracted to you, still like your attention, but other than that, there's conflict when it comes to where is this going. That's the only thing I see. Where we're not seeing much change about the future direction. All right, sending you love, Miss Cassius. Honestly, if you want to go down the manifestation path, Sammy Ingram was always she's cool as shit. Like, she's really good when it comes to keeping you on track when it is to manifest in. All right, Maria. All right, Maria. Yes, these are paid questions. Thank you. All right. So yeah, Sammy Ingram. She's young and she's straight to the point, and I know I've read and I've taught manifesting in the past. And a lot of the things she says I agree with. So out of a lot of the coaches out there, like I love, she's young and she really is, she's a Scorpio too. And I love how she teaches. I found her during COVID, and that's when I first started my channel. I started as the Manifesting channel before I even made this one. All right, Pisces, what's actually going on between you guys? Are there mutual feelings? So let's see. All right, so his energy, Ace of Swords. We'll pull them towards you, the Page of Cups. Let's see you, the Emperor card. All right, slow down. That's it. What? Five of Swords, Knight of Wands, and the Queen of Pentacles here. Do you have a kid? I see a lot of children here showing up. You're all right. Something's going on between the two of you. You guys are, there's attraction, there's feelings, there's something. I don't know if this is new. I don't know if this just started. But you're questioning everything, and I see the Knight of Wands. You have a Knight of Wands coming in, but you're looking for an Emperor. You're needing an Emperor in your life right now. And so the reason why you're questioning things is because maybe you're thinking this person just wants sex, or they're just, it's short, it's like one of those relationships, but not sure about commitment. And you have the Queen of Pentacles here. So you need somebody who's responsible. You need somebody who's showing you, who you feel comfortable, secure with. But I don't know how fresh this relationship is. And I would normally say just slow down a little bit, to something like this. Make sure that they're not in it just to hit it and leave, right? Is that even cool to say? I'm such an old lady. But I'm seeing that they're interested in you and there is mutual feelings. But I'm seeing here that you need somebody whose intentions are clear right out the gate, especially if you have any children involved. All right. Or, and I don't see anything wrong with you being the Emperor. You've got some business to attend to. But what I am seeing is the pages show up, which says it could be just a newer relationship. And it just means, maybe they're just developing feelings, and it's just, you're needing somebody to step up a little quicker than they are. But there's feelings growing. They are interested. If you're dating a page or a knight and you're wanting an emperor, that's the dynamic imbalance. This is where you're looking for maturity, but you're dating somebody who's more in ego right now, who is more about themselves and their ambition and just having fun. Or even a page, it's too soon, it's young, early. So I can't really give you advice depending on where you are in the relationship. If it's about responsibilities and you've been doing this long enough, you got to look at it like I'm dealing with a kid. Or, you're just wanting to get married and you just met yesterday. I don't know. So, but that's what I'm seeing. There is something growing here, but it's just the responsibilities here, or the seriousness is they're a little bit more playful. You're a little bit more serious. Sending you love. I hope that helped. All right, Miss Carissa, and then Jen, and I think that's everybody. All right, what does Nolan want you to know about this situation? Hello, Karen. I almost want to pull out from the conversation deck. I know. Let's see. What does Nolan want you to know? All right, I will. All right, I got the Knight of Swords here, so let's see. His energy, the Hierophant. What pulls him towards you? The Magician. All right, curiosity. He's trying to be I want to say a leader, but just trying to find his way, find himself. He's trying to level up. He's trying to focus on, I would say career and his own passage, his own journey. But what draws him to you is he knows there's attraction towards you. Yeah. I mean, there's a pressure that I always feel with the Hierophant when it shows up in a person, as a person, and it's the pressure for commitment. And that's the thing is that could have been what it was with the other girl too. It's that if he has respect for you, if he values you, but he's not wanting a commitment, but he's attracted to you, that's only, it's like maybe he's afraid to open that doorway because then there's obligation or there's pressure or there's, a chance that we have to shut the door or rejection. And then you guys got to work together. So the attraction's there, but the pressure of commitment is one that I'm seeing. What's his block? The 10 of Pentacles. Career, work, home. His goals. He always gets that, 10 of Pentacles. You're not seeing, the Queen of Cups. You're not seeing that, I don't think you see how attractive you are, how magnetic you are. I don't know if you're shut down or you keep yourself hidden, because that's Cancer. And sometimes that could be all work, no play. That's very rigid. You have the Hierophant and you have the 10 of Pentacles. He's hyper-focused on his goals, and that's it. But that's not stopping the attraction with you. But sometimes Cancers play it so cool. Like Scorpio, you can tell we're broody and moody and we're emotional and we're, you can just, Cancers will try to play cool, and funny and adaptable, and but they really have a lot going on inside, and they're not wanting to be vulnerable. I noticed that about Cancers. And you're showing up as that. You know? So maybe you're not playing off of your best assets. Because that can be sensitive too. Because all these cards, I do see he is somebody that's very rigid and very workaholic, you know, his career goals, his goals. And the Magician there is telling me that, you know, he's drawn to you. That's what he's drawn to you by. You're attractive, but it's not leaving that stage. We're still not leaving that stage. So what's actually, is anything happening this week? I see 9 of Swords, so I'm still seeing nothing happen. But let's pull the, let's pull some of these just for shits and giggles, because these cards here are good for general readings, but sometimes they're hit and miss. Our story isn't over yet. It hasn't even begun. Cancer can become very self-conscious. There's the word. Very self-conscious. Cancer's like, I don't want you to see how vulnerable I am. I don't want you to see how I feel about you. I want to be cool. All right. You are the love of my life. See what I mean? These can... All right. Let's see. Any messages? Any messages in this deck for Carissa? Any messages in this deck? All right. Any messages in this deck? All right. Let's see. So I was pretending to be someone else, right? So this can also just mean I'm pretending, you know, to be someone else. It's an act. I'm not being 100% authentic. You are the person of my dreams, which can say that he has dreamt about you or has thought about you enough that you show up in his dreams, which is totally possible, all right? But I can only offer you the bare minimum right now. Outside opinions are affecting the love life too. So this means too that what people are saying or thinking, or what people say and think, are also affecting the relationship. So there could be somebody else talking, or he's afraid to what people will say, and that could also be with the other situation that he was dealing with. So that all kind of comes together. And that also could be stressing him out too, because if somebody can't be themselves because they're performing for everybody, that's a problem a lot of people deal with. It's like, you know, if we would just be real and not care what other people think. All right. And this one doesn't make sense. Bold risks. They thrive on taking bold risks. We can't even get them to make eye contact. All right. That's what I got for you. Still in this stage, though, where, you know, I can't seem to get movement or why. And I just got the Temperance card as I said that. So it's like, I just can't get movement from this guy. But I'm not getting any, like, shit cards. I never get shit cards for you. This is chill, kind of going with the flow, you know, letting things play out organically. But I also feel like you could be building insecurities because it's not happening. And that could be why you're not being your best self. Because people, like, situations like this can create insecurities that we've never had before. We start second guessing ourselves and start wondering, are we attractive? What, when you're showing up as the freaking Queen of Wands? I mean, Queen of Cups. And so you give off a really good vibe, but maybe you're shutting down a little bit and he's getting mixed messages from you. So things aren't happening organically or naturally. That's how I can read that right now. What should you do? Let's see what the next card would have been. Sorry. What should you do? Ace of Wands. Keep sparking up conversations. Right? Keep giving it a shot. Keep sparking things up. Keep initiating. Keep doing things. Don't stop. Not unless you feel like a fool or an idiot, or you feel like he's blatantly rejecting you. This is saying you still got the fire lit. You can still flirt. You can still say, hey, I'm here. Right? You know what I mean? But this is a playful. This isn't like corner him in the back room and, you know, seduce him. But this is the, you know, I like you. I can walk by you and be like, hey, yeah, you look hot today. I like your shoes, right? Something corny. Something that feels authentic to you. Something that feels authentic to you. But there's no reason why you can't. Who doesn't like a compliment? Who doesn't like that you think I'm hot? Who doesn't like these things, you know? I mean, but it's just in a gracious way, in a flirty way. Life sucks right now when it comes to relationships and people being able to approach other people. It's really hard, and I just feel like the least people are worried about rejection. Rejection's hard, but the more people feel more comfortable expressing themselves and being a little bit more open, I think we might be able to build back the fire of being able to be comfortable again, you know, initiating. But now people are just so uncomfortable. You know, we have to, you know, be cautious, but I think there's a way to do it where you can still keep your integrity and you don't have to worry about looking like a fool. And I think the way you do things are adorable. And I just don't, you know what I mean? I don't think there's any harm in it. I didn't get your timestamp. I'm sorry, Carissa. But you're right after Maria, and if you wanted to come back to it. Yeah. All right. You're welcome, Carissa. I'm on your side. I got you. I'm rooting for you. All right. Jen. Do you see him coming back around, wanting to get back together? Let's see. At this point, let's see what happens. And then I think that's it. I'm going to jump off quickly so that nobody else shows up. All right. Do I see him coming back around? Or you guys getting back together? All right. You got the Ten of Cups at the bottom of the deck. I have the Tower card. Well. You know, Queen of Cups. And I have the Two of Swords. All right. So yes, I do see him coming back around. And there may be an apology in there. There may be a reconciliation, wanting to talk about something that's fallen out, or, maybe owning up to something they did or a decision they made. It's weighing on them. They do care about you. What draws them to you is the Queen of Cups. They know how you feel. They know, and they have feelings for you. But do they want to get back together? That's questionable. That doesn't mean that it's not possible, but it does show that they're indifferent about it right now. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe it's weighing on me the way we ended things. Maybe it's weighing on me something I said that I realized I hurt your feelings. I judged you. I said something that was pretty shitty. I was mean. But so that I do see. Right now, though, that would be a start. But the Two of Swords says he's indecisive about whether or not he would want to get back together just yet. All right, sending you love. But that does not mean, I got to remind you, though, it's the way you handle this situation determines the next situation. Remember, 10% of life is what happens to us. 90% of it is reactions to it. All right, guys, I love you, and I am going to sign out because it's 4:12, 4 hours and 12 minutes. Thank you all for being here with me. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I think I'm going to do fire signs and membership. Got a lot of new people over in membership. So the live will be up for you to sign up early. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Take care, Angel. Take care.